That, they're supposedly, yeah.
Share.
Yeah.
We can say Smouch too.
What?
Say, yeah, we said share.
Okay. Okay. We're doing, oh, you've got one? Okay. We're
I think we
gonna,
need a seat for the
okay.
upstairs.
I will, going to
Yeah, we
here.
can share that line. Yeah, I think that works. Just angle it.
Maureen can sit there.
We're testing the setup to see how it would work with everyone getting the big screen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wait.
Just 'cause it's so much easier on slides, but that's not bad.
Oh, yeah.
But that's
Forgot
really
about
good.
that.
So we're just trying to see if we
Okay.
could do a. Typically, won't have a leadership team like this, but budget committee.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I think budget committee we could do this because we'll have a few less people.
Yeah.
6, 5, 12, and a couple of us. Oh.
I will call this Tigard City Council special meeting to order. Do we need to call roll? Can you please call roll? Yep. Oop.
Okay. Mayor Noob,
Here.
Councilor Wolf, Councilor Singh, Council President Hu,
Here.
Youth Councilor Bogle,
Here.
Councilor Shaw.
Here. So we are here today just to sort of touch base on a lot of different issues and things that we've been talking about and update council goals. And so City Manager Reimer, are you the one running the slides this morning?
Yeah, we'll have a combination.
Okay. Well, then I will turn it over to you.
All right. We did put the Pledge of Allegiance on, so maybe we want to just start with that quickly. Just to,
I was on the wrong page. If you'll stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
thanks, Mayor. All right, Robert, if you don't mind going to the next slide, please. All right, well, I'm going to start by just saying thanks to everyone for being here on your Saturday. I realize it takes a lot to coordinate these meetings, but appreciate everyone dedicating some time, as the mayor said, for this council workshop. In front of you is the agenda for today. We have several important topics to discuss. And just from a format standpoint, we have the three main presentations. Meyer will start with Tigard Tyler. Kenny will talk about our climate. And then Nicole will talk about boards and committees. And then the rest of them we don't have presentations for, but they're really discussion points. And so a variety of teammates will be involved in those as well. Next slide, please. So the first thing I just want to touch base on quickly, as anytime we get into these settings, we have several different ideas that come up, different ways of approaching things, maybe something new to introduce. And I thought I would just talk a little bit about our capacity as a team. Some of this is an ongoing conversation. Some of it, as the council knows, was a theme that we heard in even my 360 evaluation about what capacity do we have to continue to take on things. So as the council knows, our organization priority is a successful implementation and completion of Tyler. And so we've dedicated significant amount of resources to that effort, both individuals around this table, other teammates in the organization, and then as we get into the budget, talking about the other resources. And Maya will touch on that a little more. In addition to the Tyler goal, the other goals, we're going to be talking about a couple of them today. But things like the facility modernization and others are continuing to take a significant amount of resources as well, and appropriately so. That's where we're dedicating our time, as to what the council's asked us to work on. Fortunately, we're seeing an improvement in our vacancy rates across the organization. You know, just a few short years ago, it was a much different story, but we still have vacancies. And in any organization, you kind of see the cycles as you go through different departments. You know, PD and Public Works have continued having vacancies in key positions, or ongoing trying to fill those, but that, you know, directly affects the PD's ability to hit their main priorities in the community, as well as Public Works. I think a key part, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, is really the delivery of projects and some of the things that we've been working on, trying to get project managers and engineers on to help us deliver our CIP and other things that we're doing. And then obviously in other departments, we have the ebbs and flows, where finance had several vacancies a couple years ago. We're almost completely filled there. HR, same thing. And now community development is the next department that is seeing some vacancies and some really key positions occurring at the exact same time. So just important for us to keep that in mind as well. And then just the last thing is, just depending on the guidance, I would suggest what we hear today, we're really looking for that guidance and where council wants us to spend time. Depending on you know, the magnitude, the scope of what you're looking for, it may require us to come back and talk about how we'd prioritize that in addition to the other work that we have. So today we may not be able to answer all that, but we'd come back to the council and just say what we heard, and we may seek some clarification today in terms of where is that on your priority list compared to other things that are happening as well. So just a brief intro to that before we jump into our presentations. The first thing we're going to talk about today is the annual review of your team agreement and ground rules. So if you don't mind switching to the next slide, Robert. Thank you. So each of you should have those. Leadership team, there's copies in back too if you want to see them a little easier. But Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to you, I think, to facilitate the conversation with your colleagues on the ground rules and the accompanying team agreement. Thanks.
Yeah, we can start with the ground rules, just so we focus on one. Are there any feedback or comments on things working well, things not working well? Anybody requesting to make changes? Yeah, Councilor Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. And just want to appreciate both the teammates' time and the City Council's time for getting together for goals review. I had the opportunity to be in DC and meet with several other elected officials, and just hearing their stories about their teammates and their councils and how they don't necessarily interact very well. And I spoke to both the mayor's leadership, but also our city manager and teammates leadership, and how we're fortunate not to have that situation. So just kind of kudos to everybody for being willing to be somewhat vulnerable but open in communications, and looking forward to this process. With regards, Mayor, to the goals, the communication's just one that I wanted to raise. I believe in the past, we want to make sure that individuals did not speak on behalf of the council, which I completely understand. I know there was one situation that came up with regards to a potential entertainment venue that's not in our city, but in the city over. And given the fact that it was on city letterhead, and it had not been necessarily a council position, I was curious where that fit within the responses to the public, and if that's something we need to address.
Well, I believe that item is specifically on the agenda, so that can be addressed there.
Correct, Mayor. Just wanted to make sure we didn't want to bring it up here, and I'm willing to wait. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. And I don't know if it's the right time to bring up too, but I just noticed for the chamber ribbon cutting, I just think that maybe scheduling wise, it would be more, there could be better way to handle it to make the process smoother. So I feel like they have to keep asking us through many emails over and over again who is available. So maybe if we have some sort of shared calendar where, not just for ribbon cutting, for all kind of social event where we can, the five of us can coordinate and just, go to a calendar and see who will go to each one. Maybe that will make it easy, more predictable and time saving for not just for council member, but for external organization that are waiting for our response to see who is going to what. So I don't know if this is the right place to talk about it for ground rule, but maybe I just want us to think about a procedure where that process would maybe go smoother for everybody.
Yeah, no, I think it's difficult because they're an outside organization trying to coordinate with us. But I think for us having a new admin who could potentially be the buffer to that process and directing them to work with Rebecca to schedule with us would be the correct move to go in there, because there's also, information on our council newsletter and different things about upcoming events. But I think directing and asking Rebecca to be the buffer to coordinate would be appropriate. But we can certainly reach out to the chamber and ask them to directly work with Rebecca for our schedules rather than multiple emails to us. That feels fair. Does that an okay process for, I'm looking at the counselors. Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council President Hu, for bringing that up. And I actually think there's two layers to it, too. I think the representation, I know that CP Hu has been to a lot. There's almost two layers. It's the coordination and the prioritization of what are the critical things that we should be present for and how we balance and navigate the requests, and certainly want to be engaged in our community as well, but just trying to navigate all those pieces. So thank you.
Are there any other comments in regards to the ground rules or requested changes? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I hope you don't mind me chiming in here. With regard to communications 1C, small number 3, I just wanted to underscore a request again that city councilors do go through the city manager ACMs and communicating with city teammates. Sometimes messages can be construed as direction, and so just for clarity and communication, it also helps Kathy, myself, and Steve make sure we're getting you timely responses and are tracking all the requests. So I just wanted to underscore what is already written, and thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good point. I think there probably isn't an email that I send if it's not to a department that copies, Emily or Kathy or Steve, just to make sure that you're in the loop. And I hope teammates take it that way, and not that we're, it's a communication tool. It's not a, you're in trouble, so we're tracking you, Are there any questions to the city council in regards to ensuring one of the three of them is copied on all the emails asking questions or perhaps setting direction? Okay. We will move on to the team agreement. Are there any questions or comments, concerns, changes in regards to the team agreement? Give you all a minute to refresh yourselves.
Mayor,
City
if I may,
Manager?
just sharing, at least from my perspective, I think the one where we talk about being prepared, I think this council has done a really good job being prepared for the different meetings that we've had, you know, reading the materials, taking your notes, asking us questions in advance, and that's an important part that really helps us when all of you are sharing some of your thoughts in advance. We can try to answer those up front, share them back with all of you, and I think that's been effective to date, but if there's another way, let us know. But I think from my perspective, and I think our perspective, that's been working well. So thanks for being prepared, because there's a lot of work that goes into the documents that you receive.
Everybody get their coffee? Or tea? Tea too? No changes? Okay. Well, then we will consider the ground rules and teammate agreement good as is and continue to use them for the remainder of this council's term, which ends at the end of this year, and then a new council will be set.
Just kind of amazing to think of that.
It's crazy. I mean, didn't we just do this?
Yes.
Robert, do you mind sliding to the next slide, please? And then, if I may, Mayor, just kind of transition us to the next piece. So now we're going to get into two of your key goals to talk about. We've highlighted these two because we think they're very important. We've had a lot of conversation about Tigard Tyler T2, and then we're at a point in our some of our climate work to really get some guidance and direction from you to understand where you want us to spend our time, resources, and what to emphasize. So we thought we'd highlight both those. In addition, throughout the year, we try to provide updates to you on a variety of topics, sometimes collaboratively all the goals, and then probably more often focused conversations. And houselessness is probably a really good example from the work Kim has led in Time, Place, Manner, Safe Lots, et cetera, and just the other work that we're doing for our houselessness action plan. So we thought we'd highlight those two today. It doesn't mean the other ones aren't extremely important, but we're continuing to work on those, and as always, happy to come back at times with other updates as necessary on those topics as well. So if we may, we'll hand it over to Maya. Maya's going to share her screen here and walk us through the presentation. So Maya, it's all yours.
Thank you, Steve. All right, thank you, Steve. Good morning, members of the council and Team Tigard. I'm here today to provide an update on the Tigard Tyler implementation project, an initiative critical to enhancing our operational efficiency and decision-making capabilities across the city. As we navigate through the complexities of this project, our focus remains on ensuring that this transition not only aligns with our council goals, but also positions us for a future where data integration and process optimization are at the forefront of our operations. Let's see. I'll cover the progress as we've made since our last update, including our implementation strategy, governance structure to ensure to meet the project goals, scope of work, financial overview with a focus on the vendor contract and budget, and outline the next steps in our journey towards full implementation. To share the benefits of the recently implemented modules, I will briefly demonstrate a portion of the finance module after this presentation. It's my hope that by the end of this presentation and demonstration, you'll share our enthusiasm for the transformative potential of the T2 system and the substantial benefit it promises to the city. In a previous council meeting, we outlined our strategy to elevate the project to an organization-wide initiative, shifting towards a resource-based implementation model. During this time, we've accomplished by prioritizing T2 in the current fiscal year, next year, and the following budget years. We defined a structure for project governance in order to ensure that it's an organization-wide initiative. Along with that, we've developed a new and realistic implementation roadmap today in order to transition to a resource-based implementation strategy. And with that, we've identified vendor services to support this new T2 roadmap. We've also identified resources and estimated budget for 4 areas. This includes the Tyler 10-year contract, consultant support for expertise, and legacy system cost during the implementation phase, and internal FTE support needs. And these are for when teammates can dedicate their time to the project and have those limited term backfill needs. This slide provides an overview of the governance structure to ensure clear lines of communication, responsibility, and accountability throughout the project life cycle. Project leadership includes department directors, and this group is responsible for strategic oversight, making high-level decisions, and providing guidance, and ensure the project aligns with our organizational goals. The middle tier includes the project and change management teams. The change management team will be established after it's resourced with a change management lead. This middle tier is tasked with day-to-day project oversight, managing timelines, and resource allocation. The third tier includes the core team, comprised of functional leads, IT experts, end users, and consultants to ensure the project deliverables, to execute the project deliverables. When we look at the scope of our work, a central element is the suite of software modules we've invested in. These modules are designed to enhance our operational efficiency, streamline processes, and foster a collaborative work environment. The modules we purchased are finance, human resource management, utility billing, enterprise asset management, enterprise permitting and licensing, municipal justice, and a business intelligence and reporting tool, which is named as Socrata, and a mobile application for our customers. Each module has been selected for its specific functionality and how it aligns with our business needs, ensuring we not just moving from one system to another, but transforming how we operate to better meet the need of those we serve. Here's a visual of the new roadmap, which encapsulates the modules we've invested in and their targeted completion timelines. The horizontal bars in yellow are milestones we've achieved this fiscal year. We have implemented the finance and human resource management module, and teams are working on implementing the remaining capabilities shown in the peach orange bars. The green bars are the next modules in line for go live. As you can see, we have utility billing module with a customer experience component going live this September. Turning to the financial aspect of the T2 project, this slide presents a comprehensive 10-year outlook through a detailed graph that categorizes our projections into 4 main areas. Tyler 10-year contract, which includes software licenses and implementation services, other consultant support to provide technical expertise, legacy system costs, internal cost. And we've estimated the total project cost to be $10.7 million. Diving more into those 4 categories, here's a visual to show the fund allocation for each. 43% of the project budget is allocated for software licensing fees for over 10 years. 23% is for internal resources so that teammates can dedicate their time to implement the new modules. 16% is for Tyler services, which include conversion, implementation, and project management fees. 10% is for consultant fees to support the city with the various expertise. 6% is allocated to pay for legacy systems, while these costs will be reduced and removed over time. Lastly, we allocated 2% for contingencies to cover for unknown events. Okay, let's dive into specifics of the category, the Tyler 10-year contract, to understand the financial trajectory of our project. That's not the slide. Okay. So fiscal year 21, we executed the Tyler contract, and we've had a contract contract that covered the 5 years of licensing fees, and the contract was amended to cover licensing fees for 10 years. with that, the council authorized $6.4 million for 10-year contract. After amendments, the contract total was $6 million. So as you can see here, just wanted to showcase where the amendment, we executed the amendments to ensure that it covers for the 10 years, and that added $2.5 million, and then ended up with a contract total as $6 million here. Currently, our expenses on the contract through the fiscal year 24 will be $2.7 million. As you can see, we are not going over the authorized spending authority here. However, I want to ensure that in fiscal year 22, to add more project management services, we amended the contract and added $244K, and our new contract total was $6.3 million. Fiscal year 23, we had multiple amendments this fiscal year. We added few software products, extended the timelines for all modules, and as a result, added more services. The budget impact was $388K, and the contract total was $6.6 million. During this time, our organization was experiencing quite a few changes, including staff turnover, and project experienced many challenges. A consultant company, VIE, assessed the project performance and recommended strategies to move forward successfully. In the current fiscal year, we took those recommendations into account and made changes to the project organization and timelines. Therefore, we added amendments to extend timelines and removed few software capabilities that were not in use. Recently, we developed a resource-based implementation roadmap, which I presented in the previous slide, and added resources to support it. Due to these changes, the contract budget impact is $156K, and the new contract total is $6.8 million. As you know, it is evident that we need to increase the spending authority for the 10-year period. To be strategic, we are requesting to increase the spending authority to cover for the past and current amendments and include current credit card processing fees. As next steps, we will be proposing a $4 million increment for council to consider and authorize. The new increment will cover these amendments and the credit card processing fees. So we're hoping to come back to council next week, Tuesday, with an AIS for this request. With that, I'm going to transition to the demonstration now, so please bear with me. So I'm going to show some benefits as an example of this system. So as you know that we've implemented our finance module, and this is what it looks like today. And we can access it. It's a web-based system, and anyone with Tyler access are able to see this and have access to it. So as an example of I just want to showcase like how easy it is. We have expanded access to all users in the system for a lot of data here. So I would show through an example of just taking IT department budget. And earlier we did not have this level of access, so therefore IT developers, like senior database administrators, would have to create reports and store all those reports in a different site for managers to go and look into their expenditures. So I want to show you how easy it is now. As a manager, I can go to that granular level of information in our budget item and see what are the allocated budget, what are my expenses. So just walking through it soon here. So I will input my department's budget code here, and I'll put in a line item that showcases our contractual services. And on the far left here, the fiscal year 2024, I'm not sure if you can see all this. We have an original budget of $2.5 million, and this includes our Tyler services here. So as you can see that amount, and we have the available amount to make sure that we are able to be accountable and we can manage this budget so well. I can, in a different piece, I can also, I'll show you the contract central, and I can go to contracts and go to my Tyler contract here. And on the paper attachment here, you can see all the amendments and change orders that we have, that has taken place over the 4 years. So there's 12 attachments here. Earlier, we did not have all this data in one place. It was in several locations, so it was so hard to keep track of all of our amendments and so on. And I can even look at account details. So as you can see here, we have updated throughout the years of that contract and added funds here to make sure that it covers for our software services. So that way I know how much is allocated for the services we need from this contract. Similarly, I can show you where the invoices are. Let me go here. So these are all the invoices we paid for Tyler to this date. So we have paid $2.4 million for all the services they've provided, and this includes the licensing fees. So I can access each of these invoices as well and review it and do any kind of discussions that needs to happen if there's any discrepancies and so on. So as you can see, having this information, like real-time information at hand, is so helpful to be effective in our operational needs. So that's just an example. There's so many others that I like to show, but we don't have the time here today. And yeah. So thank you so much for listening, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to take those now.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful to see, especially the live demonstration. I'm looking at Maureen, who was also a finance person, being like, that is really helpful, understanding sort of that module specifically. Does anybody have any questions? I just wanted to seek clarification, because it looks like a pretty big number, right? Going from $6 million to $10 million. That 3.6 that you're asking for is already in the budget, but it is to a different vendor. So it's just shifting vendors. So the additional authority you're asking for is $446,000, which includes that $230,000 of contingency. Do you know, is that just to the overall budget? Do you know like which year that would plug and play into?
Yes, by adding that, that will help us to use some of the services this current year, but it also, far down the contract, it will support our licensing fees. So over the years, because of the amendments, we are using the dollars here, and we want to make sure that there is enough money to cover for the licensing fees as well. So we want to be strategic in asking for that now, and making sure that we secure those funding to cover not just for the contract, but also for the licensing fees. And Steve, please correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I think you're spot on. It's really to make sure we have the resources through 2031. And I appreciate, Mayor, you acknowledging, even contingencies built in there, as well as that 3.6 that's already being paid to other vendors. So.
Yeah, because again, it looks like, my initial thing is shock, but it's like if $3.5 million is just being moved from budget, that looks a little bit different. And so I just want to clarify, the original contract amount was 3.5, right? When we initially, the council a while ago approved Tyler, we thought it was going to cost us $3.5 million total.
The initial one, they only charged us for the 5 years. And so we added 10 extra 5 years. So that's when we had authorized, council has authorized the 6.4 million. Okay. And the initial contract was, let me just go back to my slides. Sorry.
Yeah, it's the amount at the bottom. I just want to clarify and ensure I understand, because I think it's also a question when some of our community members see all of this, and they'll say things like, you know, you signed up for 3.5 and now we're at, you know, 10.7, what happened? And so it's helpful to say we doubled the amount of time that we're under contract with Tyler, and also 3.5 million of it is literally just saying credit card fees is now being paid by Tyler and not our previous vendor, so it's actually this. So I think that specificity for me is really helpful, because when you just look at those numbers, it's really hard to understand and be able to justify it without that explanation. So that's why I'm asking. Okay.
Mayor, if I may, I also want to thank Maya and Rosie. Rosie's not here, but Rosie's in our finance team. They spent many, many hours together. They're partners in this, and I think it's really a good example of how we've partnered up our technical expert, Maya, with a financial expert, and Rosie, and they've really kind of rebuilt the history of Tyler. And just by chance, now the software is giving us everything in one spot. But that's been one of our difficulties, is really being able to track and understand what are the resource needs, what have we spent to date. And so, you know, it took us a few years to get to this point, but building off of the assessment that Kathy recommended last year, this last 12 months, we've really made a lot of progress. So just a kudos to them for all of us now, meaning us as the leadership team and the council and the community, seeing what resources we're investing in Tyler. So, and there's going to be many more benefits internally, as well as then with our community, obviously, as we start to get into utility billing and some of the other modules that will be coming online.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you bringing that up. I want to say that I absolutely feel much more confident in your assessments and your level of detail and understanding of what it actually takes to transition than I did several years ago when initially, you know, approving the contract amount. And so please know you have done an incredible amount of work to make this as smooth as possible, and it's greatly appreciated. Yes, us finance people think alike. Are there any, Council President Hu?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to also echo Mayor Loop's sentiment. Maya, really appreciate it. And I just want to go through the slide as I have questions. So also echoing Mayor's desire to be more transparent, do we have a Tyler-specific website to educate the public what this is about? Because I did a quick search, I couldn't find it. Okay.
Yeah, President Holt, we don't have it yet.
Okay. So the Tyler module, the wheel slide you point out, maybe it would be helpful to have a one-pager saying what each of the module will do for us, because, you know, HR management, that's obvious, but some other things, to be honest, I look at it, I was like, I don't know what it does. So, so that would be helpful. And let's see, this next slide, and also the chart you show for fiscal year 21 to 31. To me, that's also very helpful. It shows me, you know, the expenditure is going to go up and then go down and then level up, and that just provides really, for me at least, certainty of what to look forward to in the future. Because the past couple of budget item meeting, I was just nervous. I was like, is it going to always be this high? But now I can see it's going down afterwards. So that's very helpful. So thank you. And one question about the total project budget of 10.7 million. So I see an item for licensing, consultant, but for the Tyler services of almost 1.7 million. What is that for? Yeah, that budget.
Yeah, President Ho. So the Tyler services, it's the vendor services that covers for implementation services, conversion, and project management.
Okay, so so consultant is somebody, a third party in addition to that?
So the Tyler vendor is providing licensing and services to help us implement the system. Got it. Yeah.
All right. And one last question, and also it's relevant to the consent agenda next week, is I remember watching previous council meeting, and one councilor asked about why the consumer cannot pay for the credit card processing fee. Like, if we ask them to do ACH from bank, we won't charge that fee, but if they want to pay by credit card. So can you just remind us why we can't ask them to pay the credit card fee?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilor. I'm wondering if Eric can chime into it.
So our current model is that credit card fees are charged to the customer for certain transactions. So like license and permits, those costs are passed to the customer. However, on the utility billing side, that is one area where all the fees are absorbed by the city. That's the way the contract has been set up. Mayor?
I would just add, as a finance person and not the mayor, I think a lot of organizations set up their costs or their pricing to include an estimated amount. So it's less, I think, that like we're absorbing it, and more that the cost is built in to the rates that people are already paying. So it's like, checking out at the grocery store. Prices are anticipating that you are using your credit card and paying that percentage fee. So that is built into the cost of what we're providing. So like permits and those sorts of things don't have that cost built in. It's a straight based on our fee structure. But the water rates and those sorts of things anticipate that people will be paying, a certain amount of people will be paying with a credit card, and that is built in. Does that help?
Yes, so I guess to the public, it just to educate that the 3.6 million is actually not paid by the government. It's already built in, so it's break even thing. So okay, that helps.
Yeah, it's built into the rates. So it's
Alright.
anticipated that is an expense, and that's taken into the budgeting and rate setting process.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
Yep. Councillor Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor, and really excited as someone who came out of tech and also having to do a similar software development implementation. I think you've all done a fantastic job. Really excited to see the implementation roadmap in particular. That's the first time we've seen it really lined out with expectations. So thrilled. Similar, I was going to Council President Hu, I think it'd be great if we just had a one-page summary to talk about all the great work that the teammates in the city is doing with regards to Tyler, and I would even have this roadmap because it shows success and where we're headed. So just want to echo President Hu. I think it'd be great to have just a quick, look at our comms team, nothing extensive, but something that shows the good work that's done. Thank you.
The only other thing that I would add that might be helpful is understanding as far as which funds are paying for this, understanding what what amount is coming from the water fund, what amount is coming from the general fund, because I think we're talking very big dollars, but it would be helpful to understand which funds are impacted and who is paying for what too, because it's also, especially with the general fund, it's a trade-off. If it's paying for Tyler, then we know it's, that's not available for XYZ too, but as it drops off in the future, perhaps it could be. So I think that level of detail for the entire project could just be kind of helpful, my general understanding. Yeah, Councillor Shaw? Oh.
If I could just respond to that
Yeah.
comment. One thing that we are implementing this year is we are looking at adding an additional page to the budget to forecast out exactly what you're asking for, including what funds are paying for the Tyler project.
Yeah, that would be really helpful, because, especially saying we're making these investments now, perhaps with general fund dollars, but knowing in the future that's going to go back in the pot could be really helpful. Councillor Shaw?
Yeah, and thank you. And Maya, that demonstration, the tutorial was really helpful. How far back can you go from a historical perspective to pull reports?
Yeah, we took 5 years data from our legacy system to the new system.
Youth Councillor or Councillor Singh, any questions about Tyler? Questions, comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to echo around the communications aspect. I think, we're hearing a lot from the finance perspective, but just curious how we can communicate to the community, like how this is going to impact them in terms of utility billing or, addressing potholes or community engagement, things like that. I think, this is a big focus for council, and just figuring out how to communicate the outcomes and how that's going to impact community members on the ground. Because right now it feels like really internal, with the finance and things like that. So I think that's going to be a challenge just to communicate this complex, project into like how it's going to benefit community.
And thank you, Councillor Singh. I just want to add that some of these pieces of the modules have a customer experience piece, and Nicole is leading that effort. And Nicole, do you want to chime in about what we are doing with our customer portals?
Thanks. Just making sure is this thing on? I don't know, actually. I'm just speaking into it anyway. Yeah, for customer portals, we're really excited because we've started to meet with like the Committee for Community Engagement. I think we're going to Water Advisory Board maybe soon, and talking internally right now about a communications plan. So it's in the works. We do currently have a web page up about utility billing changes that are coming. In a few weeks, we're going to see like lobby signs and posters at utility bill drop sites that say, hey, changes are coming. To learn more, like look on the website. So we do have a game plan in action that's really focused on utility billing right now, but we are going to be thinking about these other portals and like service requests and stuff, things like that.
And I'm going to add to that. We're also being really sensitive to different languages and doing intercept surveys and beta testing with community members. So it's just not like, guess what, change is coming, so they can actually tell us what's working, what needs improvement, and it's really going to be human-centered designed.
I just, again, want to give a friendly reminder to those of us who have our bills, our utility bills set up to pay electronically, who just get an email, who may or may not click on anything and just see that you paid. Like, the inserts are great in theory, but in practical, I know I'm not the only one at this table who doesn't open it up. So I think maybe not attaching it to the utility bill and sending out an email like saying utility bill changes are coming would be really helpful, because I'm going to be honest, if I wasn't sitting at this table, I would have no idea.
We do have your voices in our head, and probably especially Council President Hu. We do ask about the insert and just the need to click, and not everyone clicks to open things up. So we are very mindful of the design and the interaction and making sure our communication is accessible without excessive actions.
I appreciate that, because yeah, I mean, happy to admit, I don't click. Okay. Are there any additional questions or comments regarding our total Tyler, our big behemoth, you know?
See, Tyler is now a good word. Remember last year, we didn't want to say Tyler, but now we like to say Tyler. Maya, do you have any questions or clarification you need from the council, or are you good?
No questions, just want to give a big shout out to the internal teams who are working on this. This is a significant transformation for everyone, and it takes a lot of time, teammates' time to do this work. So I just want to make sure that everyone's recognized for this work, and it's an ongoing journey. So.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. It's not just about bringing it on and bringing on new technology. It's really changing the way that the city does business and the way that employees do their jobs. And if they're like me and routine oriented, change can be really, really hard. And so I want to appreciate all the teammates who are working hard to embrace the changes and ask questions and make sure that we're changing to the best efficiencies and processes possible. So thank you to everyone who's working hard to do that.
Mayor, if I may, just the last thank you is to the leadership team. Maya came to us a number of months back, really helping to underscore if this is an organizational priority, we need to have an organization structure that supports it. And I know the leadership team and we've sat in that room multiple times really talking about Tyler, and I think we all learned a great deal over the last few months of what it means to be an organizational priority. So what you saw today was kind of the culmination of all of that pulled together with Maya's leadership, but also leadership of the leadership team, and then from Nicole, they can't even name all the people that are involved in it. Will continue. And the last piece is talking about the change management piece. That's really, I think, the area, not only laying out a roadmap, but really understanding that this is all about change management. It came up in our audit, right? And so, we have resources in there specifically for that. The majority of the conversation today, I think, has been about change management and how we make sure internally, as well as our communities, understands change is coming, what it looks like and why it benefits people. So thanks for your support. I think this was a really valuable conversation for all of us, and we'll continue it at the Budget Committee, more on the financial side again, but we'll help tell the story at the Budget Committee as well, so the Budget Committee has a better sense of what Tyler looks like in the years forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, did you have last comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I know we had spent quite a bit of time between the last council and this council on Total Tyler and just having that roadmap and the significant resources that both the city manager and the teammates have put into this to ensure its success. I hope we're going to continue to do that because I'd like to see this get across the finish line sooner rather than later. And I think we've seen that dedicated resources, the dedicated budget has really helped us get there. And so I'd like to continue to see this as a primary priority for this council so we can lay the groundwork for the next council, and they may not have to just talk about Tiger Tyler, but perhaps just celebrate its success and its completion. So thank you.
We will move on to addressing climate change.
Kenny, are you driving from yours, or do we need Robert? Robert, do you mind pulling up the presentation again and sharing the climate slides? Thanks.
Oh, okay. I hope I'll make it work. Where'd everybody go? Are we breaking?
No, I was just getting
Okay, I'll just jump in. Well, good morning, everybody. It's good to see everybody. I'm excited to talk about this other sort of change management endeavor. It's exciting to talk about what's going on in the city of Tigard with climate change, and I'm happy to share a little bit this morning. I think we blocked out about 45 minutes for this item. I'll talk for maybe 15 or 20 minutes about what we've been up to and frame up the question for council, and then excited to hear the council's deliberation about where we're going with this goal. So let's jump in with the first slide, and I'm actually going to do something that I don't normally do. You can go to the next one. Right, I'm not gonna rehash your goal on climate change. I think you know what it is, and I'm gonna go through these strategies one by one in this presentation. But what I am gonna do is ground everybody in some history, because it was interesting to me to go back to our comprehensive plan, which I need to look at from time to time. And the comp plan that we have was adopted 17 years ago, and it was the first and only update to the original comp plan that was done in 1983. And Chapter 13 of the comp plan, which still governs land use in Tigard today, is titled Energy Conservation. And it has one goal in that chapter, 13.1, reduce energy consumption. And there are a handful of policies that talk about how we should be doing that. Things like reducing vehicle miles traveled, promoting energy conservation, reducing demand for artificial, meaning non-solar based, heating and cooling, enforcing state standards for building efficiency, and taking leadership on local energy matters. So, fast forward to today, we have our current goal, thank you, desired outcomes and strategies, and they're really not so different. So, what I'd like to do this morning is to update you on the progress that we're making on this goal, and then pivot to the question that is sort of implied in this introduction. When it comes to addressing climate change, 17 years after energy conservation became adopted city policy, are we on track? Climate change is largely about energy and conservation, and so the question is, would the council prefer that the city of Tigard do more to address climate change, or should we continue to do what we're already doing? And so to ground that discussion, I'd like to start by telling you what we are already doing. And we'll go to the next slide. And I will update on each of these 4 strategies. I'll move pretty quickly. I'll focus on just a few highlights in each strategy area. And the first one is to become a carbon responsible city. We can go to the next slide. Here's what we're doing in that regard. Much of this work is being led by Kevin Cole and others on our facilities team. And some of this you already know, but I'm just going to quickly repeat because it's pretty impressive. We now have 10 electric vehicles. The city pool vehicles are now both EVs. The building department has eliminated a couple of gas vehicles, now sharing one EV in their place. All new patrol vehicles will be on a hybrid platform. Currently, there are no EV vehicle platforms designed for police duty, is my understanding, and we have 3 meter reading vehicles that are being replaced with hybrids. We've installed 7 public charging stations. We did back in 2014. We've added 2 free EV chargers at the library, did that in 2019. We've added 10 more public chargers in 2023, so we now have 18 publicly accessible chargers. Also at the library, we've entered a contract with PAE Engineers to review and spec a lighting upgrade at the library that'll reduce energy use and related emissions. And also Public Works has kicked off its automated meter reading pilot project, which is going to automate meter route 31. That'll continue through August, and the information gleaned from that project will inform decisions for a citywide water meter modernization CIP project. And that effort is conserving energy through reduced vehicle miles traveled. So a lot in the transportation sector in this goal. We'll go to the next one. Next strategy is to ensure that the city administration understands and supports climate work. And I'm happy to share that almost all city departments are now meeting monthly to update and collaborate on the various climate initiatives that are either underway or in planning or being considered. And if we go to the next slide, we'll see if this works, since Maya set the bar for me. I didn't realize I wouldn't be driving here. So Robert, if you can click on that, it's supposed to link to that tracker, and we'll see if that works. No, permissions, always permissions. Okay, not sure that's going to work, but we've come a long way, honestly, just in being able to share and coordinate what's happening in each department. In fact, part of the reason I was able to pull this presentation together without spending ungodly amounts of time, like calling people and waiting for emails to come back, is because we're now holding ourselves accountable to each other to track what's happening in each department, whether it's happening or whether it's in planning or whether we're aspiring, and whether it supports the climate action report and the low carbon actions that that report talked about last year. And there are other cool things that I would have shown you, but it's okay. We'll move on. We can come back to it. Okay, that's okay. I'm gonna keep going. We can come back to that if the council's interested. We also have a strategy to incentivize community transitions to climate-friendly choices, and there are quite a few to report out on this one, many from my department, which is community development. And these include our brand new, I hope you heard, heat pump cash-in program, which we just released this week. That's funded by the Oregon Department of Energy through Earth Advantage, which is a Portland-based nonprofit that's working at the intersection of climate and housing. And that program will help Tigard residents switch to high-efficiency, non-polluting heat pumps to replace gas-burning furnaces. That's a way to reduce emissions, and also add air conditioning, which we heard this week is becoming essential in this state. And we're really proud of Tina Escalera in our Economic Development Division for putting this program together for us. We continue to make progress toward the next rating for streamlined solar permitting under the SolSmart program. That level is gold. And our new MADE code for commercial and industrial zones, which you'll hopefully be taking action on later this month, incorporates faster and simpler regulations for the development and placement of renewable energy equipment. Our Power to the Pedal program is approaching its 1-year birthday. We're exploring ways to keep the e-bike lending program going at Tigard Affordable Housing Complexes in partnership with the Westside Transportation Alliance. And that all-electric building going up in the Tigard Triangle, which still doesn't have a name, but I hope you know about it. It's on Hampton Street, which is going up with support from the Town Center Development Agency, is nearing completion. It just received its permit for its solar array. And leasing for the ground floor food service that's going to happen there, and for the upper floor apartments is just around the corner. Okay, next slide. The last strategy is to work closely with the community, largely around education and awareness. And not surprisingly, Halstead and her team at the library, including Anne Marie Anderson, is leading by example on this one. Several examples to share from this area. The library is hosting a repair fair with Washington County Solid Waste in May. This is one of many reuse and recycling programs happening at the library. Other examples are the magazine giveaway. I don't know if that's still going. Just ended. They're giving away magazines to make room for next year's additions, or this year's additions, and also a jigsaw puzzle swap. Another cool library startup program is a seed library, which is a community-based initiative that promotes local food resilience, biodiversity, sustainable gardening. So seeds are lent to patrons to plant in their gardens, and once propagated, the plants produce seeds which are returned to the library. So that is a beautiful model of sustainability and reduce, reuse, recycle. We also just had our first Solar for All education session at the library. That was about 10 days ago. It was on rooftop and community solar installations. We also had TVC-TV record it so that we can share it broadly with the community. Anybody will be able to watch that, and there are 2 more solar energy education sessions planned at the library this year. And then one that's happening in community development, which you know about but is moving in a really cool direction, is the Backyard Habitat Program. We are expanding out of backyards. We're working with the Columbia Land Trust and Bird Alliance of Oregon. That's what the Audubon Society just changed their name to. In case you didn't know, they're now the Bird Alliance of Oregon, to bring that program to 1 or 2 community sites in priority areas that are either lacking access to gardens and habitat or are close to creeks and waterways. The idea is to find a partner with an equity commitment that matches ours and to develop the site and the education program for wider community access. So stay tuned for an exciting announcement on that program later this year. Okay, then finally, next slide. On that same strategy, I want to talk about Climate Action Tigard for a moment, which is also building awareness among Tigard homeowners and renters. I'm really proud of this newly formed group that we've been supporting, which organized last December. It's now given itself this name, Climate Action Tigard. Thank you, Sean, for being here this morning. We have 1 member who's joined us. This is a group. You can go to the next slide. It shows the agenda from our last meeting from a couple weeks ago. It's not important what's on there. It's just to say the group is open to all. It's already spawned a couple of newsletters and a distribution list of Tigard residents who want to help the city with this goal and want to help each other make a difference in the climate fight. And on the next slide, you'll see an example of how we're educating our residents. This is a new way of presenting that climate action report, those findings in a 1-page summary pie chart. It's helping everybody better understand where our emissions are coming from and what the city might do to bring those emissions down. And I think this is a good example of the council strategy in action, because we're developing educational materials to make it easier for our residents to decide how they might engage in the collective climate effort. Okay, then my last slide is kind of the crux of the matter here. This is less about what we've done, it's more about what we're going to do from here forward. And I will tell you that your city managers and your department heads and your staff have had many conversations about this. And this presentation this morning is partially the result of that. And we are looking for council for a decision path for future action. Now, as you've heard now, we are taking plenty of action on climate change, but the kinds of things we're doing, and they're listed at the bottom of this slide, they are all excellent things to do. They are also what most cities are doing if they are at all engaged in climate work, and so you can think of Tigard as being kind of in the middle of the pack. To use my metaphor, our climate efforts look a lot like those of other cities, and that is perfectly okay. We are doing a lot more than we were doing 5 or 10 years ago, and I want to emphasize that. The items in the top box are examples of actions that only a few cities in Oregon are pursuing. And I list those 4 because they've all come up in Tigard in the time that I've been leading this goal. And so I'll just read them. Resolving to mitigate health and environmental risks of methane gas, implementing a mandatory home energy score program, planning for distributed energy and resilience at new City of Tigard facilities, and divesting from fossil fuel companies and banks that finance fossil fuel expansion. What those 4 examples have in common, other than being more impactful in the climate fight compared to what we are already doing, is that the staff conversation around each one led us to the same question and a little bit of a dead end, which is, would the council support this? And they're just examples. There are other high-impact things we might do beyond those four, but I think they are useful in helping to illustrate and to frame your discussion. So what your leadership team and your staff are seeking this morning, to use my metaphor, is shall Tigard continue to be a middle-of-the-pack runner or a front runner in addressing climate change? And the point isn't really the comparison to other cities, because it's not really a race. The point is more, how are we measuring up to the leadership vision that you have for this city, to the expectations of your constituents, and to the planning framework that prior councils have adopted, including the comprehensive plan all those years ago, the strategic plan, and the very bold climate goal that preceded this one and got us going on climate action back in 2021. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, but I'm happy to answer questions that might help facilitate your discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. Yeah.
Kenny, thank you for that, and that was great. I will start with kind of a first question back. I feel that Steve kicked us off with a reminder about workload imbalance and some concern that council, although I think we tried to stay tight to what our goals were, that the load is there. So then I think it's that bang for buck, right? If we move to add these, what's the impact to staff? And my gut immediately is plan for distributed energy and resilience at a new COT facility. That's exciting, right? Because we have that opportunity right in front of us. So that's like a absolute, seems no-brainer to me. And then I think the rest I'm supportive of, but I think it's that, what's the impacts to staff and how clearly you all want to prioritize that. I mean, Eric, I think divesting, that's a decision, right, on how we direct our funds, and a statement that were made. I don't know, other than you thinking through what that strategy is, if that's a drain on resource, but certainly a risk on return, but it's a statement about what we believe in. So I don't know if that's a great answer, but I think that's my immediate, is how do we prioritize the things we do?
Well, if I could respond, can I respond to that? It's a great point, and I think as you move to the front of the pack, you're taking on more work. But it's not like staying in the middle of the pack isn't also quite a bit of work. But what I think what we're learning how to do, and it's happening, I would say, more rapidly than in some departments than others, but I think it is happening in every department, is we are learning, similar to the equity work, we are learning how to integrate this work into what we do as a matter of course. And so, for example, in my department, we have this carbon responsible lens that we're putting on things, so that the heat pump program, which came along, made sense, supports the economic development initiatives that we have, and also supports the climate goal. And so figured out, can we weave this into work programs? Can I weave all this work and the staffing of this group into my calendar? Public Works weave in the things that they're doing and have been doing and maybe doing more of as part of all their programs. I talked about the library, talked to Eric, talked to Maya about e-waste. So it is true that it's additive, but I don't think that it's kind of like, well, you pick a project and you add, a pro rata amount more work because you picked that project. It's more like, just how do we sort of build the musculature in the organization to be able to just do these things as a matter of course. And I think every director would probably have a slightly different opinion about how easy or hard that is, but my experience over the last 6 months since I've been super engaged in this is that it actually is starting to happen in the departments, where we are able to take on more climate action without necessarily having to add more FTE. We have had to add some consulting, but fortunately, thank you, we have the ARPA, former ARPA funds to help with that. Does that help?
Thank you. So I think this is a really important discussion. I also want to add, I appreciate your middle of the pack in front of the pack, but I also would argue with you that the way you frame the question almost makes me personally feel guilty for not doing enough and feeling like we have to do front of the pack stuff. And so I just want to caution because to this council, it's really important to make data-informed, smart decisions, not that they're not bold. But I'm concerned about asking for guidance on these very specific things when we don't have any information about the impacts of them and what they would mean on staff load, what they would mean as far as like actually doing carbon reduction or its impact on it. So I would say I don't think the council, and I will say for me, I'm certainly not opposed to any of them, but I don't have any information or enough information and enough background to make that sort of guidance right now, other than saying, I sort of felt the same way of plan for distributed energy and resilience at the new City of Tigard facilities. That's my fault for not stating that that was my fundamental assumption to begin with. But the rest of these things, I don't have enough information to give any sort of guidance without having the data and the information on it. I don't know if you want to respond, but I know Councillor Shaw has questions too. Councillor Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor, and also want to echo what the Mayor had said and also what Councillor Wolf had said. And Kenny, I think you and the teammates have done a fantastic job between EV chargers, e-bikes, heat pumps, AC. What the library has done is significant, and I think slowing down to speed up would be helpful, because I think we haven't necessarily, and Sean, I applaud all the work you are doing, but I don't think a lot of our community members know about these programs. And so if we could slow down, help educate them on the current programs, I think that would be really helpful. I too am a little concerned about the middle of the pack and the front of the pack, because I think Tigard's way ahead of the pack, and I think we have been. A number of us speak to our colleagues around the state and even across the United States, and including with one mayor I met recently from Colorado, and she kept saying, you're doing that, you're doing that, you're doing that. And kudos to the teammates for all you have done. So one, great work to date. I would be more than middle of the pack. I am concerned. I think we need to plant trees. I know a lot of you have, since we heard from the National Guard and from the state about the ash borer and some of the issues we're going to have, and want to ensure we don't have a heat dome, that we're complementing the heat pumps and the AC work that's being done. But those are just some comments, not necessarily questions, but kudos to the work you've done so far.
Well, maybe if I could just quickly respond to both of those points. Thank you very much for the kudos. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement. And I certainly don't want to make anybody feel guilty. It's amazing what we've been able to do. And if anybody else from the team or from city management kind of wants to jump in to clarify, I'm not actually looking for approval to do anything this morning. I'm trying to take the temperature of the council on its aspirations around climate. And I listed those 4 things as examples of where we aren't even sure whether we should be bringing you any more information about them. Because, for example, mandatory home energy scores. Portland, Hillsborough, and Milwaukee have those. It requires that you list the energy efficiency of your home, that you get the energy efficiency of your home scored by an assessor, and that you publish that at the time of listing it for sale. And that helps people to know, sort of like miles per gallon rating or an appliance rating, how efficient a home is. That's a program that others are doing. We're not doing it. We've talked about maybe pursuing that, but is that something the council wants us to go and do? Because that's a pretty significant change for a lot of people in Tigard. And so I apologize if I gave the impression that we're not doing enough, or that we were actually looking for specific direction this morning. Rather, it's not that as much as we're just trying to send, like, there's a category of stuff in this climate action world that is a little bit more of a reach for us. And under the goal, just the way it's written, we weren't sure. That's all. We just really weren't sure kind of where this council as a body wants us to reach, how far it wants us to reach.
Council President Hu?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kenny. And at the risk of being redundant, I guess if you want to take the council temperature, there's one more temperature you can take. Yeah, I'm also concerned about the front of the pack approach. Just from dollar cents point of view, Councilor will briefly mention about the biggest bang for a buck. Just home energy score, example you pointed out. For me, I wonder, is that going to increase housing prices for future home buyer because they have to add this thing? And is that really what does that really tell the new home buyer about the score if you tell them the score? And also for the investment, I personally invest in the ESG mutual fund, like environmental, social, and governance mutual fund. But to be honest, the returns are horrible. So I'm okay to invest my personal money in it, right? But we have fiduciary duty of Tiger taxpayers' money, and I just don't know if we just throw those investment into those kind of fund that doesn't produce great return. I don't know if that I'm okay with that, being a public steward of money, of taxpayers' money. So yeah, so if you want to take another temperature, for me, public from the pack right now, I'm not in support of that. So thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Kenny, for the presentation. And yeah, I just want to, I think you all know where I stand. I think for me, it's, I would encourage us to think not in a deficit mindset, in terms of resources. Portland passed a ballot measure in 2018 called the Portland Clean Energy Fund. And that has exceeded expectations in terms of funding. There was a 1% surcharge on billion-dollar businesses. And the projects, the amount of money that's necessary to implement the projects are estimated to be around $49 billion. And, I think it's $1 billion they're accessing from the fund. So there's a lot more resources that are needed. And, I think I encourage us to think that way, that big, in terms of accessing more resources. So if we need more staff time, more FTE to implement these projects, I think, to me, that should be a priority. If we need more volunteers, you talked about the climate action team. I also think we should have a committee, and I brought this up before. It's about policy and also about process. So, and also including folks who aren't at the table, right? Who's missing from these conversations? Youth, Tiger High School students, seniors living in senior housing, and also, folks who are living in affordable rental units, Latino communities, and near the Tiger Triangle and apartment complexes. So I think we need to think bigger. I encourage us to think bigger. Also about affordability and accessibility, what Council President Hu was mentioning, I think also that's an important issue. When we're talking about finances, I think the state just implemented, transitioning out of fossil fuels, and right now coal is, investing in coal is a lot more expensive. So transitioning long-term to clean energy, the ESG, I think is going to be more cost-effective, but it's also about values too, right? And health. So I appreciate how the staff is really integrating and trying to figure out ways to integrate all, climate into every aspect, and also, methane. When we talk about carbon responsible, that doesn't necessarily include methane, right? And nitrous oxide, and so I would encourage us to think that way too in terms of health, not only about carbon and climate. So.
Thank you. Youth Councillor Vogel.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kenny, for creating room for this. And I know you and I have talked a lot about youth involvement, and it's hard. I mean, people feel like they don't, it's such a heavy topic, and there's so much, like, I think for younger people, like, anxiety around it, that it creates, like, a space that people just don't really want to talk about it, and they avoid it, which for me is obviously never the path to go. And I think with this information, I don't want to be redundant as well, but just, yeah, I mean, looking for more information, making sure that we're hitting all of our bases when looking at change like this. And I think, I mean, Mayor said it, like, change is hard, and I know bringing that into, like, the younger community and getting them involved with committees is also going to be hard. So I think just making sure that there's that direct line of communication, and I think I'm always happy to help out with that, but I think just continuing that, and yeah, I mean, more information would be great, and I think that I always want to I instantly think, you know, doing the best thing that the city can do is, you know, if we can be the most proactive, that's great. So I think, but that also comes with like looking at exactly what we are doing and what effect that's going to have on our community. So I think that's just kind of where I stand.
Yeah, no, did you want to say something? I just saw you raise your hand, so go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you, counselors, for your thoughts and your feedback. I want to suggest also that some of our interventions and actions can be more of a spectrum, and I don't want to get into the semantics of, you know, PACs versus but just with regard to, for example, some of the funding considerations, it's possible that we could prioritize divestment in funds supporting coal and maybe not go full ESG. And so acknowledging that there's a range of things available to us, I want to recognize also the tremendous work Kenny and his team have done to create more community conversation and create spaces for that to happen. I think members of the community themselves front lines in different spaces, whether they're renters or gardeners or chicken raisers, are coming with a lot of interesting ideas and things for us to think about. So what I'm hearing, among the things I'm hearing is an interest in continuing the conversation with council based on what we're learning and what information we might have available, including the data that might inform those decisions. So from that perspective, I really appreciate the thought and consideration that has gone into this conversation, and of course we'll be continuing. So thank you.
Thank you. That's kind of how I was going to summarize it. I hear, I don't hear opposition to continuing the conversation, but I think understanding the spectrum of our choices and the impact, because we hear about gas-powered leaf blowers a lot, and when are we going to ban them in Tigard? But also with the understanding that like our team can't sufficiently do their job with wet leaves unless they have a gas-powered leaf blower. So the trade-off is our parks not being adequately maintained, but having, you know, electric leaf blowers. So those are conversations and trade-offs that we have to understand in order to continue to make smart decisions. So yeah, so I think continuing the conversation and having a spectrum is really helpful of impact and cost, and also understanding the restrictions that we have on city teammates due to the wide variety of things this council wants to accomplish is all really important to making those good decisions. Does anybody have additional questions or comments based on this? Do you feel like you have good guidance on next steps? Okay.
Can I suggest a 5-minute break just so people can stretch?
Yeah, stretch, get snacks, do what you need to do. Thank you, everybody. I hope you had an enjoyable snack and enjoyed a croissant. And we will move on to boards and committee discussions with Nicole, I believe.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nicole Hendricks. This picks up pretty well, so I'm just going to leave it there. I'm a senior management analyst in the city manager's office here at Tigard, and thanks for being here. So today I'm going to be talking about board and committee process improvements. So we'll kind of cover a high-level overview of the feedback that we've received from board and committee, different points in the process, sharing what we've heard, kind of summarizing those items, and then deciding on a path forward together on what areas for improvement we want to pursue. So this is a continuation of the work that we have been doing for the last couple years. So some of the examples of that include updating our board application. We've made it available year-round. We used to only open it up at certain times in the year, so this has made it more accessible for people to apply when convenient for them. Implementing a post-interview experience survey for the applicants that go through an interview process. We adopted a member eligibility policy. The list goes on. We've done a lot. Term end dates, we aligned all of those. So this is just a continuation of that process, and we'll keep that going. So next slide, please, Robert. Thank you. So yeah, continuing on that journey. So back in the fall, council expressed interest in discussing interview and appointment process improvements and just having more of a discussion around that. And so through that process of getting feedback, we also heard feedback on like general board and committee improvements. So this conversation includes both of those things. It's process around interviews, appointments, but also like bigger picture onboarding things and those kinds of items. So I do want to preface by saying we did receive a lot of really helpful detailed feedback, and so not all of that detail is listed in this presentation because it is more high level, but just know that they're in my implementation notes, like ready to go for when we want to pursue these things. Examples include like, meeting preparation for packets and minutes and that kind of more detailed stuff. I heard you, but it might not be listed here just because of a lot to cover. So what we did was we met with a few different stakeholder groups to get input. So one of those being council liaisons. We had one-on-one conversations to get feedback. We also met with the team liaisons. So that's our teammates who help facilitate or just make the boards and committees happen, and got input from them. And then interviewees, I mentioned earlier, the board post-experience survey that applicants go through. And so we got some helpful feedback through that survey. And then our leadership team, we had some discussions about board and committee. They've seen a similar presentation to this and gave input, and that was really helpful. So the ask will be kind of at this end of the presentation is how you would like council, how you would like our team to pursue these different areas, and then also probably prioritize those as well, just given capacity and time and Tyler. There's a lot going on, and so we kind of have to prioritize what we want to pursue to start. So next slide, please. So just diving into some of the feedback that we received from interviewees. Like I said, we have that post-interview survey link. We had 20 people respond and shared that they were really satisfied with the interview process. They really appreciated the flexibility of being in person or virtual. It wasn't a big time commitment for them, and they also enjoyed the conversational style of the interview. We've kind of gone back and forth of like, here are the set of questions in advance, and then this year we tried a little bit more conversational and seemed to respond well to that. Opportunities for improvement. So some of the board potential applicants weren't clear, like what are they eligible for? They go to apply for a library or planning commission, but they're only qualified for a library or whatever it might be. So that was an area for improvement of communicating what they're eligible for. A desire to meet the liaisons, the team liaisons and the council liaisons of the boards they end up on. And so at what point do they get that connection to the liaisons? Also communicating to our existing alternates, how do they go about if they're interested in becoming a voting member during that timeline? What are the steps in moving up to that position from alternate to voting? So having clear communication on that front. And then, reappointing applicants who have, or volunteers who have served on committees. So something new we had tried in 2023 was starting to implement a best practice for reappointments. So if you're entering a second term of your committee, and if you're in good standing, so if like your attendance is good and all of that kind of stuff, you are probably going to be eligible to get reappointed. But if you're in your like third term, well, maybe it's time to have new voices at the table and consider just creating more space for that. So that's something new this year, and that was a change in process. And so I think that was kind of an area where it was just a lot of change can be hard. So that was some of the overview of feedback from the interviewees. Robert, next slide. And then from team liaisons, we had a discussion, and I got some feedback via emails and collected what went well. Appreciated just the coordination and interview scheduling. That used to be a lot of work on the team liaisons and the admins to try to get all these different 10 different boards and committees scheduled for interviews. They appreciated the appointment night at council. It's celebratory. I think we can continue to build upon that. We had little cupcakes, we had the photo op moment, and then also opportunity in that too of like bringing in, that's an opportunity where you can bring in council liaisons for those photo ops and team liaisons and just continue to build that rapport. Oh, the other thing is, yeah, we used to do where the volunteers would have to go through multiple interviews to apply. It was pretty, yeah, it was a bummer for that. So we just consolidated so that they just attend one interview for all the boards that they're interested on, and so we got good feedback on that. And then having the mayor be able to hear all of the interviews and then be able to help place people, someone who can see the big picture, right, and help navigate that is helpful for assigning people to different boards. Opportunities for improvement. Kind of similar to the feedback with the interviewee input is, what is the role of the liaison in the interview? Is there opportunity or a connection point to really meet the members? A lot of the time, people who apply were recommended by a team liaison. They'll be like, hey, you should apply, and that kind of thing. So just continuing that relationship and that rapport through the interview process, and opportunity to give input, because we might have some insight as a team member of like, hey, this is the experience, and just giving more insight on that and feedback is helpful. Setting clear expectations and next step in process. Like I said, we had a lot of change this year. I tried to communicate a lot via email to the team liaisons, but I think there's just maybe more opportunity to like have meetings and be available to answer questions as we navigate changes. And then this is also similar to interviewee input about communication from team liaisons to existing board members. So telling board members like, hey, this is how you move from alternate to voting, or that kind of thing. So just those communication pieces are really key that we kind of, with all the change, I think there were some missed moments this past year. Next slide, please. So for council input, what went well, again, similar theme about appointment night was very welcoming. The mayor being able to hear all the interviews and be part of that process. There were specific opportunities for improvement around, let's standardize all of the board and committee bylaws and make a consistent experience for each of the boards. And this kind of also aligns with like the applicant's feedback about, how come I can be eligible for this board and not this one? And so I think there's, yeah, a similar theme there. Onboarding. So when we select our new board members, what's that process like? I think team liaisons, it kind of varies. Some of us meet one-on-one before their first board and committee meeting, and others, like your first meeting is the first time you're interacting with everybody, and it can be kind of overwhelming. And so there's opportunities to improve that experience for them. Also in training, so like maybe you have a training as a team liaison for your committee about how to navigate tough conversations or whatever it might be, if you have a important policy discussion that's coming up on a board, or just training your board members to be successful in navigating meetings. And then review boards and understand history to see if we're still serving those purposes, right? So our boards have been around for a while. I know I'm the team liaison for Committee for Community Engagement, and a point last year was like, hey, are we are we still serving our purpose, and like kind of realigning and refocusing on like what was the original intent of this committee. So maybe we bring more of that conversation in more consistently with council of like, hey, here's what this board and committee does. And this also aligns too with there's desire from certain committees to like be in front of council more, right? So again, with CCE, we submit an annual report. It's written, but maybe we pair that with a presentation to council, and that way we can build that connection point, but also maybe give more of that history and context and that kind of thing. So, and I think TIAC was also interested in building that connection more. So what does that look like, and how do we make it consistent for all of the boards and committees too? And then, yes, just opportunity to connect with incoming members and other committees as well. Getting to, if you're the backup liaison, do you still attend meetings? Do you connect with other committees? Like what does that role look like? And so that was an area also identified. Next slide, please. So we got a lot of input, and like I said, this is like very high level. We got a lot of detailed feedback, which is great. I tried to categorize them in different improvement areas or buckets. One of those areas is roles and responsibilities. So that's things like, what are the liaison's role in the interview process? And that's both team and council liaison. Where can we like build connection and team liaison opportunity to give recommendations to the mayor and like interviews and things like that. So just clarifying roles and responsibilities for more of the internal side of things, right? Liaisons and that. The other area was appointment process. So building upon the appointment celebratory night, communicating to applicants expectations of the boards they're interested in. So if someone's really interested in CCE, but maybe they don't have a ton of comfort communicating with community or being out at the farmer's market, maybe it's not the correct place for them, but maybe there's another opportunity in a different board. So setting those expectations in the interviews so that you're not ending up with someone who's maybe like not prepared or qualified, and then they're uncomfortable or can't participate on the board as they should. And then sharing just biographies of applicants being recommended. This is a more specific one, but these are just some of the examples that we heard of like getting to know the board and committee members before they're appointed. So, and then at the bottom there, we also have maybe having a second recruitment period. So right now the bulk of it happens end of summer into fall, and then the appointments happen like late fall. But then during the middle of the year, like right now, we have openings. And so what's that process look like? And can we consolidate it into like, okay, mid-year we fill some of those openings again. And then the other bucket is onboarding. I mentioned that already. Just clear communication, trainings, providing not just the paperwork, but like sometimes people learn differently, right? So if you send them a packet, they may or may not read it. And so we just have to navigate that and be considerate of how people are taking in information. Bylaws and code of conduct. So this was around the standardization of bylaws, the qualifications of board members. Are they qualified to be successful on the board? And then also we have a code of conduct for our members, and right now there's room for including more like equity statements in that code, so updating that to reflect our values. And then board review, it's kind of general, but this is where we talk about purpose of the board, right? So what does it still serve the purpose that it was intended to? Do we need to revisit that? Councillor Singh had just mentioned earlier of like interest in climate, and we also heard through feedback interest in equity and houselessness, and formalizing some of those more. So are there opportunities to have these more established committees that are newer? Are there opportunities to reevaluate existing committees, and do we still need them? That's another question. So, and then the last bucket area was alternate process. So this is just clear communication with our alternates about when they can become a voting member, how are we deciding, and what is the process for appointing an alternate if they're already recommended by the mayor and council? Do we still need to get approval midway through the year, or can they just serve that alternate purpose and go right into the voting position if they're in good standing? So again, lots of detail. Sorry, I'm trying to balance like high level with detail, but those are the broader categories or areas for improvement. And next slide, please. And then, so the question then is, with these bigger buckets, I know it's a bigger kind of question, is are we supportive of pursuing these areas and opportunities for improvement as identified in those buckets? And if so, how do we want to prioritize that work? Because it's a small team working on implementing them. And so, yeah, we just need to decide as a team how we want to approach that. And that's it. I'll take questions or first reactions.
Thank you. Can we actually go back a slide? Thanks. I think it would be really helpful because I think there's so much that we specifically kind of go through. I think the areas of improvement, at least by topic level, to gauge sort of the council's interest on whether or not, or what aspects of that we'd like to pursue, and start there. So I guess roles and responsibilities. Is there general agreement in those areas? Is there specific requests for things to be added or changed? Comfortable with the recommendations? Fleshing it out. Yeah, Councilor.
Happy to talk. So I guess it's a comment / question. So Nicole, what I heard you say is the feedback of having one interview was great for the candidates. And so what I think falls under here is some of the wonderings of the staff liaison or the council liaison. So does that mean 5 people end up interviewing one person because of the efficiency of one interview? Or does it stick with the model that was implemented this year and the mayor has so that was my big question,
So to give, I guess, a little bit of more historical background is, the mayor's role or responsibility is to recommend individuals for appointments to committees. It is the council's role to either approve those or make changes to those recommendations. The previous mayor chose to delegate that authority to the liaisons to have those interviews. And for me, I felt it was really important to meet with the community members to understand them. And it was an incredibly not efficient process for the members who are interested in many boards. And so it was a great opportunity. So, what Nicole and I did is we ended up taking over a table and we had all the boards and committees and we had all the names of the people who interviewed with notes on there of which boards and committees they were interested in based on their rank. And we sort of plugged and play, but we had the ability to do that because there was one person doing the interviews with the kind of the final authority and making that decision. And we also asked. So if one person came into the interview and they were like, I'm only interested in this, we also asked them, hey, by chance, let's talk about what these other committees do, or listening to the conversation, it sounds like you might be a good fit here because you're actually interested in this too. What are your thoughts? So we had several opportunities where I think, Rick from Parks and Rec came in and sat on a lot of the meetings. If there was a specific, so I think we had 4 core questions, and then there was sort of a what questions do you have? And if there was something specific that Nicole and I couldn't answer, the liaison came in and answered. But I also think for me it was important to sort of have a reset on the expectations, because I'd also worked with teammates when I was the liaison who believed that it was their choice to choose the interview panel. It was their choice to choose the people who were appointed. And I think it was just a reset of, this is what's written in our charter, and we need to go back to understanding that these are subgroups of the council to help us advise the council on things going on the detailed level, to elevate it and to help make recommendations. So I feel like that was a really long-winded sort of explanation, I would hope that including both liaisons, which is great, but to understand that, I think the questions worked really well when I was asking them those core questions, but if there were additional questions outside of that, having people jump in, just because it could get to the point where there's 7 people in there because they could want, and it would feel very chaotic. And we tried to make them very relaxed, very conversational, and get to know these community members who wanted to participate. I feel like that was long-winded. Did I answer your question?
So thank you, Mayor. So I guess the point is, clarity on the level of detail that you want today. Nicole, to be honest, Mayor, I don't have an issue with that. I had community members ask me about committees. I directed them to the site. I promoted the site and tried to do that piece as a council member. Hey, you should get involved. So that's where the mechanics, if the driving customer experience is our community, that we want them to feel like they can come in and they can interview for 5 committees, and staff or council liaisons can come in as needed. I don't have an issue with that. And I guess that's where I was trying to go. I'm good with that, but I want to recognize, is that the conversation you're looking for today under roles and responsibilities?
Sorry, I thought, thanks. I think what clarity we're looking for, it's very specific, is that when a team liaison shows up to the interview, right, are they allowed to ask questions? Like, are they gonna be asked for a recommendation based on their experiences? Like what, and like reviewing the application? So I guess that's more of the question, is like up front, how can we clearly articulate to team liaisons what we expect of them in the interviews? Because I think it was a little unclear, and some people took that opportunity to ask questions, and other people were just kind of quiet because they weren't sure. So, and maybe that's a follow-up with the mayor and I, just to get that clarity of like, here are the things we're going to be asking the team liaisons to how to participate in those interviews or not.
Yeah, and I think their feedback is really helpful and really important, because there were several people who had had applied for reappointment who weren't reappointed. And one of them, it was more based around their wonderful service and thanking them and saying, now it's time for more voices to the table. And the other individual, it was based on the feedback that they weren't participating. And we have done an incredible job as far as opening up our community and saying we want feedback. And when I was first here, we would have people on multiple committees because nobody wanted to serve, and we are blessed not to have that problem now. And so I believe 2 terms is sufficient. If there's other people who want to come in, but also if you're taking up space and you're not participating in the conversation, I appreciate that you want to serve, but you're not helping to advise the council on your opinions. And that was a really hard thing for me to decide, to say, I appreciate you, but what I've gotten the feedback is you don't speak in these meetings, and sort of talking about that, especially really important committees where every voice is really valuable. So it's weighing that, appreciating their service, but also needing to be able to get the feedback. So I think having the feedback from the liaisons, both the council liaisons, especially for the reappointments, and asking, are they participating in those sorts of things. Conflict is fine if they bring up conflict and interesting conversations, but what is good standing? And I asked the question of how many meetings are they attending? Are they participating? Are they giving feedback to make sure that they're a participating member of our committee? So I think the feedback part is really important, but I think we could absolutely do a better job on clarifying in the interview process what everybody's role is. No. Are there other questions or comments for roles and responsibility? Oh, Councilor Shaw? Yep.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And having served under the former mayor and how committees were done at that time, and then when you took over and became mayor and had that process, I think both had really great elements to it. And so I almost see it as being a hybrid model. And I appreciate, as a council liaison, meeting, maybe even it's the top 3 candidates, or just having that opportunity to meet them before they're necessarily appointed or even as they're appointed. Because having met them in the first time they attended a meeting was awkward, both for the team liaisons and council liaisons, and remembering that these are volunteers. So as many touch points as they can have prior to their first meeting, I think is helpful. And just to the point of the communication, increasing that communication. And I think, Mary, we've seen your, the amount of time you put in for those interviews has really helped on that touch point as well. So I think a hybrid model would be great, and I would support the roles and responsibilities as written. So that would, I think there was, do you support it? So yes.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great point. I think there's a really good opportunity here that we're missing or could improve upon, sort of the in-between, because I don't necessarily want them to feel like they have to have an additional interview after their recommendation, but I think after their appointment and before their first meeting, there's a wonderful opportunity to have both the liaison, the teammate liaison, the council liaison, and the new people have an onboarding meeting and have an onboarding packet. I mean, I remember when I started, gosh, 7.5 years ago. Wow, it hurts to say that. You know, the library board, or no, 5.5 years ago, the library board did an incredible job of handing over a packet that was like, here's everything about the library. Here's everything historically you need to know and those sorts of things. But another committee as the liaison, like I just showed up and had no idea. So I think there's a real opportunity to address that in like having a pre-first meeting, an onboarding session, and really to coordinate with all of our boards and committees to have a packet to hand over that says, what is the purpose of this? How is it? How are you expected? What is your decision-making role? And those sorts of things in that meeting. So it's less awkward, so they feel better prepared to participate that first meeting.
Yeah, and I think that's an excellent suggestion, Mayor, having that onboarding meeting. And perhaps a question is, even before the onboarding meeting, while they're still being considered for, and in the interview process, does that still allow for a team liaison and a council liaison to be there to be able to ask those questions as well prior to that appointment?
I think it's worth having further discussion on what the roles are in the interview process. And certainly, I think the feedback we received last time is making sure their bios are attached when they're presented forward to be looked at. But I think that I don't want to overburden them and have so many additional interviews at the same time. So figuring out a way to what that interview process and what the responsibilities are, I think is important. Council President Hu?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm focusing only on role and responsibility, and I think having team liaison in the interview will be helpful, but I understand that, you know, your point made of when during an interview you ask, you know, an applicant, are you also considering all others? So that's maybe difficult. Because when I was interviewing for Transportation Advisory Committee, I was asked to join Planning Commission at the same time. So that was kind of different. So yeah, so I support having team liaison, but I understand the restraint, and having about council liaison interview, I think that's trickier because we want to avoid quorum, right? So maybe if we ended up having 2 more counselors, we can revisit that. So yeah, that's all the comment I have for this role and responsibility.
Yeah, I think it's less tricky when they want one board. But again, we had that conversation with everybody, you know, is that your only interest, or you know, let's talk about these other committees too. That's a good point about quorum. Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments on roles and responsibilities? Seeing none, we'll move on to the appointment process. Any questions, comments, specific guidance? Yes, Council President Hu?
Oh, can you go back to the last slides? Thank you. Yeah, so just the share biography part, I understand you're improving the application form or whatever. Just because I remember the past few rounds, I just remember the format of the biography shared with us are not always identical, so it's kind of difficult to look at one and then the next one. The information is at different sections, so you have to sort of look back and forth. And so if in the future all the biography are printed uniformly in certain way, that would be helpful. And
so when you, I forgot that when you say biographies, you're referring to the packet of applications that we sent over. And yes, they're in different formats because some people, to provide flexibility and access to the application, some people submitted through a NeoGov platform, and some people submitted a PDF. And so we can explore ways to try to make that a little bit more consistent, because yeah, I understand that like it's hard to find the information consistently looking through the packet. So yeah, we
Yeah.
can explore ways to
Yeah.
improve that.
And because, council liaisons are not necessarily always be involved in the interview, at least they're not right now. It could be tricky to include information on why this person was appointed but the other wasn't. I don't know if that's, I don't know if we want necessarily say that in public. So, but going back to Councilor Shaw's point is, as a council liaison, if the first meeting is just brand new people, okay, why are they appointed and why are other people not appointed?
Yeah.
It's just curiosity. So.
Well, and that does sound like another communication point between, once decisions are made and before appointment night, there should be a touch base with the liaisons, team and council liaisons of like, here are the decisions that were made in regards to reappointments or not. Here are your here's a list of incoming members. There it is. And so I think that was missing. I think that's a communication piece that we can incorporate next time.
Yeah, I also want to say, again, it came also down to who was a good fit in which committee when we were literally by like cutting names out and moving things around. And I want to be conscious of like community members' feelings and specific feedback based on those sorts of things. And so always open to a conversation based on notes that I have. And I'm certainly not trying to hide anything, but it also sort of feels like an employment kind of a process where I don't want to divulge certain stuff because there are things that people said to us that was really personal. Like some is like, I have kids, what's the, thing? And so it was like, they realized that they weren't maybe a fit for this committee because it met too often and those sorts of things, which I don't think is appropriate to expose in writing for that person's privacy.
Totally understand. And I hope, I made a comment about people's driver's license information, so that will be redacted, so thank you.
Yeah. Questions or comments about the appointment process? Yeah, Youth Council Vogel.
Yeah, I know for TIAC, I think they loved having the mayor in the interviews. I think when you're coming into something so young, it's so exciting to meet with someone like that. I think that some members came in expecting a lot, like TIAC does a lot, meeting more than just our like twice every other week meetings. They were expecting, consistent events, and sometimes TIAC kind of ebbs and flows. There's months where we have nothing. There's months where we have tons of things. So I think just like setting that, touching on point two, just making sure that applicants know what that looks like. And sometimes it's the opposite. They don't expect the commitment of having to be there every other week. So it's kind of just making sure that's, if we're not having a council liaison or someone that's in the committee, just making sure that that's being communicated. And I'm sure the president would love to write something up if that's, making sure that's being communicated what we do so that people are all on the same page.
I think that's a really good idea to have like the, because on the website we have the formal, this is what they do, but the real of like, this is actually the requirements of being on the committee and this is what it typically looks like. Because a lot of people asked, that was one of their questions of what is the real time commitment. But if we had that ahead of time as a blurb, I think that could be really helpful when we send out maybe the interview requests of also, here's a little bit of extra information on these boards and committees. Yeah. Councilor Shaw?
Yeah, I support the appointment process as written, and I actually want to highlight the second recruitment in spring to address the member turnover. I think that's key because I think when volunteers get involved and they're like, I didn't know it was this much commitment, or it's not really the right fit now that I've been here. So I think having that is helpful.
I actually think it should be more often. I know, and I don't want to like stress it out, but I also think like our boards and committees do really important work, right? And so if two people drop off of the planning commission, I'd love for us to be able to streamline, maybe it's quarterly or like a scaled down version. I see the panic in your face. I see it. But it's also really important to me to make sure that these roles are filled, right? So what is the right balance for that? Because there have been situations where I get emails of, hey, so-and-so is not able to do it. How do you feel about the alternate and those sorts of things? And we have a conversation going forward. So I think, Yeah, I want to explore that a little bit more because I want to make sure, again, our boards and committees are doing good work and having a variety of opinions at the table for people who show up, because sometimes attendance is a problem. So what does that look like? What is the right balance?
Yeah.
I'd love to have a further conversation without panicking you.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
No,
Counselor
and
Singh?
it's a good reminder of that second question of like, how do we want to, yes, to, so far a good chunk of these, so then how do we want to prioritize what we implement first? So just keep that in the back of the mind as we talk through these.
Councillor Singh?
Thank you, Nicole, and thank you, Mayor. I totally agree with, streamlining and also just the transparency for other council members on biography and who's coming into council. But, for example, the planning council right now, I think someone stepped down and then there's alternate, right? And I think from what I understand, they have to go through the process of like applying again. And so I think just streamlining and transparency are the two things that just come to mind for all of these. I just appreciate the work that both of you have done just to like minimize the interview process, make it better for community members. So just continuing that and just making folks aware of who's transitioning out and things like that. So
Thank you for that, and risking jumping forward to the alternate process. So it's different depending upon what time of the year it is. So if someone steps down mid-year, we have a conversation about the alternates, and honestly with the alternates, because there are circumstances in which if there's two, we ask, are you interested? One may say no and one may say yes. And then I go into the question of, are they participating? How is their attendance and those sorts of things to move them? At the year end, when the term is up, it's a different process where the alternate would have to apply to be a voting member, because it's sort of a different situation at expiring terms. They aren't automatically assumed to be moved up, because I have had conversations where the alternates are not fully participating in a really great way, and it's not fair to people who are showing up every meeting to do that. So the alternate process is different depending upon the time of year. Nicole?
Yeah, and I think there's two areas like where clarity would be helpful. So this like mid-year process for moving an alternate to a voting. Right now, the way we're doing it is we're having team liaisons like flag it for you and be like, hey, can we move this alternate up to voting? But at the same time, like there's meetings where it's like, okay, it's impacting because we're waiting to hear what the decision is. And so is there an opportunity to say, well, because council and the mayor have already approved this person as an alternate and should be eligible if in good standing to voting, could that decision be left up to the team liaisons to say like, yes, you're an alternate, you're in good standing, and we'll move you to a voting? Or are we sticking with, we'll wait for your decision and then move forward?
It's my preference to wait for my decision and not give that power to because again, I think fundamentally it's a city council committee that the teammate is a liaison for, not responsible for making that level of decision. Okay. So to me, I think, yeah. And I would say that I think maybe this is a better way to think about like the mid-year whatever is moving alternates to voting members can happen throughout the year, but recruiting that backfill for the alternate maybe only happens at a specific juncture. Okay. So there's like less pressure on doing that formal interview process again. That's my feeling. Does a counselor feel differently? Yeah, Counselor Shaw?
Not necessarily feel differently, but just wondering if there could be a time element, because you're very engaged and maybe there's a time where you just can't be that engaged and there's quorum issues for a committee moving forward, and maybe it could be a team liaison mayoral conversation of we're recommending this person, can you support that recommendation? Instead of them waiting for you to necessarily decide, just because again of that quorum issue. I know it's come up a couple of times in the past, but so just a suggestion.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. It would be helpful to know if moving the alternate is causing a quorum issue, because I've never been made aware of any of that, and I do try to get to them as quick as I can. So I think just better feedback around that would be helpful.
Yeah. Do we have an example of where quorum was an issue, or is it more of just making sure that we're keeping that position filled, the voting position filled?
Yeah, I think it's more of a keeping that position filled, but also if there isn't enough members who are attending as well,
Okay.
then that could be an issue. So I think there's just a number. I think flexibility is, I think, what we're looking for. And if timing is what's keeping us back from having a full committee and robust discussion, then I want to err on the side that we could have more participation than less.
No, I appreciate that, but I would also argue if it's coming down to one member, we have a bigger problem on ensuring that the committee members understand the importance of being at the meetings. Because I know, like one of my previous boards and committees, we could never get quorum because people just weren't showing up. And I think that's a different conversation of having that conversation about expectations and politely saying, we appreciate you being here and we want you to serve, but that means you need to be here. That doesn't mean we expect you everyone. Everyone has issues. But if it's really coming down to one member, I think there's a bigger systemic issue of attendance than just one person getting appointed.
You know, I certainly think the advent of COVID helped, because now with Zoom, a lot more folks can attend virtually, which I think has helped, particularly those who are single parents or parents. But I think just having that flexibility where team liaisons could have a conversation with you, and if there's an appointment that needs to be made quickly, then it could be made quickly as opposed to waiting. But
yeah, we can continue to have that conversation.
Yeah, and this helps, because I think the questions I'm getting from team liaisons is like, so do we make a recommendation to the mayor, or what is that? What is our role? Again, kind of back to roles and responsibilities. So this does help for me to communicate, yes, there is a point where you bring a recommendation to the mayor for a decision, and then knowing also in advance, like sharing that good standing piece, so you don't have to ask it every single time. I'm like, yes, they're in good standing. So it helps just for me to communicate.
I think we need to be specific as far as what good standing means,
Sure.
right? Yeah. And like what sort of information asking for, like the last 12 months of meetings, right? Yeah. Like how many have they attended, and like participation level, and give some specifics, maybe like, you know, a red light, yellow light, green light, and sort of what that means could be really helpful, because I'm trying also to take the subjectivity out of it. And make sure that like no biases are taking place, and we're making good decisions based on participation. Okay. Onboarding. I guess we needed more than 15 minutes for this conversation.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah. Council President who?
Somewhat related, just reflecting back on my service as a planning commission president, and that was former Mayor Snyder, and Councilor Shaw was the liaison, and I know Councilor Shaw was the liaison because she attended the meeting, but at that time as a council president, I just feel weird. Maybe it's my fault that former Mayor Snyder I never had a one-on-one during my tenure as a planning commission president. So, not to add more tasks to Mayor Loop's daily schedule, but I think maybe it would be helpful to have the mayor have regular meeting with the chair or the president of each committee. So maybe that will loop in somehow the information on the the board or committee, but just a suggestion. So.
No, I appreciate that, and I think maybe what we can do is a once-a-year meeting with all. But I will tell you that asking me to regularly meet with them is a bridge too far in the current way that the mayor is set up. It's too big of an ask to do that too. But I can certainly see maybe kicking off the year in January and having a meeting with all the chairs to touch base and sort of talk about maybe best practices of how to run a meeting, because it's difficult to run a meeting, especially when there's a lot of conversation. So maybe a different kind of onboarding. Maybe that actually happens in February or whenever, because chairs are typically elected in January. Something like that I think could be perhaps really helpful as a touch base. Any additional comments? Because I think we sort of talked about perhaps onboarding a little bit earlier. I think they're going to go faster as we go. Bylaws and code of conduct. Yeah, I would love I think it was really helpful because I was confused why some people were, because some of them it's a city boundary, some of them is a water district, some of them you don't even have to be in the city, like the library board I think has 2 positions where you can be from wherever, but you need to like be a patron of the library. So I think like just a really good matrix with the boards and committees and the requirements and check off, which could be really clear. And then maybe behind it maps that include what is the water district, what is unincorporated, what is the city of Tigard. Because as we know, we have so many community members who believe they live in Tigard, and they do not. Or they don't know that they live in Tigard. They think they live in Beaverton or Sherwood. It's a whole other soapbox.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess just to clarify with the standardizing bylaws, that would be, and I say where possible because for some of the boards and committees, like there are other state requirements or whatever it might be that like you can't fit. But the proposal here would be like maybe most of the boards where possible would have the same term lengths or the same eligibility requirements for the boundary lines of when are they eligible or not. So yeah, we're happy to work on a matrix, and yeah, this is kind of, we're trying to make it more consistent across all the boards.
That's great. Any additional questions or comments regarding bylaws? Yeah, Councilor Singh.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, I think when it comes to participation, like my point is touching sort of on onboarding as well as bylaws, but when it comes to participation on committees, some people may attend meetings and not participate verbally because of just not understanding like Robert's rules or things like that, right? So I think it's important for us to set those expectations and have, if we expect folks to participate, to understand why they're not, and not just say like you're not doing enough, and so I think setting those expectations at the beginning and making those sort of understandable could help.
Yeah, no, I appreciate. I want to acknowledge that people participate in different ways. Like I'm a muller. Like if you ask me a question and then tell me to give you immediate feedback, you're not going to get great feedback from me. Like I need to think it over and those sorts of things. So definitely with the understanding that fully participating means different things to different people. So thank you for bringing that up. Yeah. Okay. Board review. I think this one could take a little while. Because I do think it is a really great time to talk about, and this is not going to get solved today, but I believe that we will the council will ask for a more formal board review of existing boards and potential new boards, and also understanding maybe ad hoc topic specific boards and things like that, because I think there is a desire climate change is not just a one-time city council goal. It's something that, the city and our community members are really thoughtful about and care about. So does it make sense to have a long-standing climate board? Does it make sense, instead of chart being more informal and those sorts of things, to formalize it with an agenda and a purpose and minutes and expectations? I think that's a deeper conversation that we probably need to have, and the feedback we're looking for is the council open to that conversation? Do you believe that the boards are okay as they are now? And I will say that if we say yes, to me that's a huge priority, because we would want the new boards and committees available to kick off in January, I would say. So that, I know, I'm just panicking Nicole today. I will make you a croissant so you know what homemade croissants taste like. But I mean, that would be my goal. And I know that's asking a lot, right? But I think, otherwise we're waiting another year and a half to be able to do something like that rather than kicking it off. But maybe I'm crazy. If I am, other councilors, let me know. Council President who?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I will strongly support that as well, because when I attended the mayor's last Meet the Mayor event, and there was a planning commission there who was saying, they didn't their meetings getting less and less frequent just because the nature of case in front of them. And I think with the governor's new housing bill coming online, there will be even less opportunity for planning commission to decide cases in front of them, because city are now having less and less discretion on whether we can approve permits or not. So when I was a planning commissioner, I talked to the chair of the planning commission in Lake Oswego, and they have an additional function of, equivalent to committee for community engagement, but only for land use cases. So so maybe we can consider, for example, planning commission, maybe we can ask them to do more things than just hearing cases, right? Because if we're going to have less and less cases in front of us, they're going to meet less and less often. And that example, I was talking to the city manager about the recent complaint we got from a neighbor from the cottage cluster saying that they don't trust city, and because they give the city a bunch of reasons for not wanting the cottage cluster, but they don't that person didn't understand that we have to approve or disapprove development based on applicable approval criteria. And in my 7 years as a planning commissioner, in my experiences, neighbors really don't know what applicable approval criteria is. They will just come in and throw everything at the wall, and I just have to tell them, sorry, we have to approve it because none of your concern is really relevant to the applicable approval. So I'm thinking maybe if we make planning commission to be part of public engagement on land uses cases, they can find way to, find better way to educate the public on what land use decisions about. And I think the city manager was talking about maybe we have a one-pager or two half-pager that we can give out to community. So maybe planning commissioner could be in charge of figuring out what's the best way to communicate to the public on what land use decisions are, because those are complicated process. So that's a long way of saying, yes, I strongly support having a board review periodically to see, whether the board is working well and what they can do more, but also be mindful that I don't want to be I was listening to a recent city council meeting at North Plain, and they got really heated because they were trying to cut some board members, and the council member were shouting at each other because some of them were very passionate about a board. They don't want to get rid of it. So I really want to be mindful that this shouldn't be a threat for process neither. Like, if you don't perform or you don't have purpose, we're going to cut you. So so I have to be mindful of that as well. So, but maybe not all review them all at once, so you won't be panicking. So maybe you can start just with one board at a time. Say maybe, okay, next 3 months we'll talk about planning commission, and the next 3 months can just so. But anyway, so I support it. Thank you.
Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Council President Hu. Thank you, Mayor. I support the board review improvement area, and spoiler alert, I support every one of these. And I saw the panic on your face, Nicole, and maybe a few others, and not wanting to panic you. I wonder if there isn't similar to what Maya and her team has done with the implementation roadmap. Maybe there's something similar, an implementation roadmap for these improvement areas, so it's on a timeline and it could be strategically done, and there's not panic, and we're still focused on total Tiger Tyler. Thank you.
We are not trying to panic you.
And I really appreciate that recommendation to kind of lay it out and phase it in. And then just Council President Hu, I think the examples you provided with Planning Commission is really helpful, like data points for what does council need in an analysis of boards to help you make decisions or whatever it might be. So the examples of current state responsibilities and potential future state responsibilities, those are data points that should be included in the analysis. So examples like that were really helpful of what does council need in that analysis.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think I somewhat ditto what Councilor Shaw said, because for me what would be helpful is that kind of global piece. The committees, why do we have them? I mean, because I serve, if it's the audit committee, to me that's clear, right? Budget committee is very clear. Or planning commission, that it's driven, by local law, state law, requirement, or Committee for Community Engagement has been driven because internally we decided that's how we want to have that added layer of commitment. So to the timeline, or if it's set aside as a work session to talk about the whys and what's relevant, and then to possibly have some of our commission board committee chairs join us, or TIAC join us, so that we're collectively having this conversation. And I'm also mindful of the workload here, but I think keep it really high level, just strategic direction. Why do we do this? What do we have to do? How do we make it better and not bury everybody with extra work? So thank you.
Yeah, I definitely support. I know that there's been some communication about TIAC coming in to do a quarterly update, just to look at, like, the people that are coming to TIAC have never, like, I think I said this before, they've never really worked with city people before, so they love to just, like, come in and give an update. And that was something that we really focused on as a group, what we talked about in the beginning of the year, as well as just recently, about strengthening that council connection, which I think is really important, because there are big things that are happening within TIAC, and things like goals that I think maybe a little bit of, like, guidance would be great on, just because it's scary to make those as, 12-year-olds and 16-year-olds and stuff like that. So, like, I think they would love a little bit more, like, just a reassurance that the committee is going well, and that the work we're doing isn't going unnoticed. So I think that would be something, and it can happen slowly. It doesn't need to come on, right away, but I think it's something the mayor and I talked about that would be really beneficial for both council as well as the committee.
So to that point, I think thinking like more broadly, because I think there's a lot of boards and committees that are interested in that. So is it, thinking about all of the boards and committees, is it a quarterly update? Is it an annual update? From all the boards and committees, like, what does that look like? And we don't have to make that decision today, but it's something to kind of process of, like, why does TIAC have a quarterly update but CCE submits a written report, or that kind of thing. Just thinking about that. And yeah.
No, I think that's really helpful too. Just in general with board review, just because I think it ties in, but it's not directly related, I want to talk about council liaison reports, because I think as a council, we haven't really defined them. And like previously, they've kind of been short and sweet, and recently they've gotten like really long and detailed. And I want to balance out the right amount of information as a group we decide to bring to each other forward. I will say, like, I don't need to know necessarily like the super detail of every single meeting and the dates that you met and everything you discussed. I think for me, it's really helpful to understand the things that might be interesting or impact the council. Maybe that's just me. If I'm the only one, that's fine. But I also don't want pressure of, having to bring 6 pages of notes of all the meetings that you went to. So so my experience has gone from super high level, these are the 2 things maybe from all the boards and committees you need to know, to like, this is everything that I've talked about. And I'm wondering if the right mix is maybe in the middle. And I'd love to hear from other counselors on their feedback. It's hard to know, which is why I'm trying to angle it this way.
Well, so why do we do this? Is it for the community to know that we're out and about and busy? Is it to inform each other and to give you, because I'm happy to do a written report and be done. But if there's a goal to say we want our community to know that we're out every week, often variety of times of the day doing activities, is that a goal? But and I asked that in a very, very sincere way. It sounded a little snarky, so I apologize. But in all honesty, why do we do it? And if it really is just to inform each other, I can do a written report, hit send, and be done with it, and shave 15 minutes off a council meeting. If it's that we need to be thoughtful how we communicate to our public because we aren't as present as the mayor is, then that's different. And I ask that genuinely.
Yeah, I mean, for the record, I don't know that I've ever had it clearly defined, or the clear expectations with it, which I think is kind of part of the problem. I always kind of assumed it was a mix of both, of letting the council, letting the community know kind of what I've been up to, if there's anything that rises to the level of something another counselor may need to know or may find interesting. but I think it's a worthwhile conversation that either we can have here or we can try to deep dive, a little bit more in the future and think about. Because I don't have a good answer for that question. Councilor Shaw?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Wolf. And that was exactly my point. Why are we doing this? And is it to inform what are our goals and objectives? So I think having further conversations on that would be good. There's probably a hybrid in there. But I agree, going from quick 30 seconds to some of us do to, sometimes doing 4 to 5 minutes, probably getting some clarity. We're asking the board and commissions to have more clarity. So we should probably have more clarity for ourselves on what those expectations are.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. What is the expectation? Are there any additional comments as far as board review? Yeah, Council President Hu?
I'm happy with the council liaison report, but I'm okay with the written one too. So I don't think it's too lengthy. I think I enjoy listening to what everybody's up to. So
yeah, I would agree. I think I'm okay with it, but I think also it would be interesting to hear what community thinks too, like folks who are listening in, even staff here, if it's beneficial or not. If not, I feel like email's fine, so you just save time.
One of the things related back to board and committee specifically is is the liaison report an opportunity to feel like the board and committee has representation of the work they're doing at council, and so all of the other counselors know what's going on too. I think that's a key piece that it is valuable. I think, and that's a point where if TIAC wants to be able to have that platform, you can serve as that, representative as a council liaison too. So just keeping that in mind.
That's a really good point. Yeah. But I think it would be helpful, again, so it's clear for everybody around what the expectations are. Yeah.
Mayor, sorry I stepped away, so I'm not sure if you covered this, but one of the things I've always seen that's valuable is in the liaison reports is talking about what's coming to the council, and if you touched on that, but I think Tigard Maid's a good example. It's been one of your main legislative projects for a while, went to planning commission and it's working. So I think those type of things are always valuable of, what's coming your way, so.
Yeah, as long as it's going through the committee first before it gets to us.
Yeah, so I mean, the report would be, this was heard last month, in the next 6 weeks, you're gonna be seeing it, this kind of that heads up, so.
Yeah. Any additional comments on board review? Alternate process? We kind of touched on it with sort of the definition of the two separate processes. Okay, so Nicole, do you feel that you have sufficient guidance?
Yeah, this was really helpful. Thank you so much. And I do appreciate the steps, the prioritization. Sorry, too much coffee, not enough carbs. And then, but I think that the next step of an implementation kind of plan or outline high level will really help. And then I've heard some priority areas and the very specific feedback. So I appreciate it. Yeah.
Excellent. I think now is a wonderful time to break for lunch. So we will recess for half an hour. All right. See you back soon.
And lunch is in the Red Rock room, so you can hop on over there, salads and pizza.
It feels like everybody is seated and naturally ready to go. You all feel fed and watered and hopefully not so full that your eyes glaze over for the rest of this. There's still coffee available if you need it. So the next section, I think, is it doesn't necessarily have specific slides. They're more discussion topics. And the first is the legislative agenda process discussion. So I will turn it over to City Manager Reimer.
Thanks, Mayor. And the secret refrigerator has been discovered by other teammates. So that was just that in itself was worth coming today, I think. In all seriousness, with the legislative agenda, we just wanted to talk through kind of the process as it's been, and just a few thoughts and ideas for moving forward. As you know, almost everyone around this table is involved in it one way or the other. Nicole often helps, move it forward, and our design team helps create the documents with the input. And so really want to focus on more the content and process standpoint. So right now, it typically is the end of the year is coming. Nicole said we have to get something on to the council of our legislative agenda. And so we kind of have some conversations internally, look at what's happening at the league and others, and then we bring forward a document in early January with not a lot of lead-up conversation happening. And so what we'd like to suggest is looking at bringing this group together, so leadership team, mayor, council, and other teammates that may have a relevant role coming up. Skylar would be a good example with a lot of the housing things for this year would be one, or if it's transportation related, make sure our transportation team is here, et cetera, et cetera. So sometime in the October-ish timeframe, come together in a workshop setting, talk about the legislative agenda that's in place, and then really just have an open conversation of what should we be paying attention to for the agenda that we adopt in January. And so that'd be a chance for all the leadership team to bring forward things that they're aware of at the state level happening in their associations that may be appropriate for the council to consider. And probably as importantly or more importantly, the 6 of you be able to bring forward things that you're hearing at the Oregon Mayors Association, the variety of things that are happening with National League of Cities, Oregon League of Cities, et cetera, and how do we have a more brainstorming conversation first, and then get some of that guidance that will lead us to adopting that agenda. And so when we get to it in January, rather than kind of stepping back and having to rethink or think through it from a council standpoint, it's really at that point making sure it reflects the conversations that we've had over the course of a couple months. We think it would streamline it for everyone, including ourselves, and just give a chance for the council to really feel like you're adopting an agenda that hits on your priorities. And then at the same time balances, there's the high priorities that the council sets, and then there's just several things that we're paying attention to from a professional level, right, of things that may impact the city. So how do you balance both those out, what the council's agenda is, with the recognition that there's many other items that may not be on there, but they're important for us to keep watching. So Nicole, did you want to add anything to that intro, at least before I turn it back to the mayor? Okay. So just a conversation about that process or other things that you'd like to talk about.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really important point, because I think we also, I perhaps didn't have as much privy information, excuse me, there we go, of, what previous mayors have done. But the legislative agenda is really helpful for me in working hard to develop the state and federal relationships to be able to then ask for things, which I think has been apparent in our focus, the amount of federal and state dollars that are specifically coming to Tigard, that I don't know if Tigard has this level of success before with the lobbying and the requested efforts. But I also think it's really important to involve council too, and especially me, because of the way that I think I'm attuned in all of my different committees in my work with the state level and understanding what might be on the next legislative session that city teammates may not necessarily be involved in. So I think a more cohesive process, rather than having something brought to us, having something we collaboratively create, is really important. And a nice balance, right, of what our council goals, but the reality of what the federal and state are taking up in their session that we need to weigh in on specifically to take advantage of whatever is going on is really important. To be strategic and politically thoughtful is really helpful. Do we have other comments based on potential changes and sort of starting the conversation? Yeah, Council President Hu?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I totally agree. I'm just wondering if the city has a running list, like, of all those items that we want to lobby, like, so we're ready to go, like, like recreation immunity, we have a temporary fix, but next year, we're ready for the permanent fix.
Yeah, we definitely have a list of items, like past and present, for when there's opportunity that arises, we can take advantage of that and be ready to have those talking points. One other thing I was going to mention kind of more broadly is incorporating our CFM advocates too in the conversation a little bit more, maybe with council as well. And so asking them early on, like, hey, would they be willing to be part of that discussion? Because they have more of that expertise as well. So I just wanted to get that out there before I forget.
And second question is, I know that obviously Mayor Loop is involved in a lot more of this direct lobbying, but maybe some planning of how other councilors could help. And like one example I can think of last year is during the Hall Boulevard lobbying effort, I went in front of Way and Mean Committee during the travel show to ask for money. And that afternoon, Mayor Loop and Councilor Wolf was there ready to lead a couple of our legislature on Hall Boulevard tour. I think that day just could not have been planned better, right? We have this boom, boom, boom help going. So if we can have more opportunity like that in the future where, obviously quorum is a problem, right? We can't have more than 2. But if we can plan out in the future for some sort of legislative lobbying activities, that would be great. So.
Yeah, I think there's 2 sort of levels to the lobbying, which is there's things where we're asked for or we are proactive about sort of the Hall Boulevard stuff, I think with Representative Bowman, and then there are things that we are reactive to, not in a negative way, but there's a lot of things that we get reached out to lobby specifically because of Tigard's history on the subject or Tigard's position. So there's the both sides. There's the stuff we know is coming, and then there's the stuff where I literally get emails, hey, tomorrow at 2 o'clock, can you hop on and do this? Here are talking points. So there's a little bit of both, but I think there's a great opportunity for that proactive stuff to continue to do things like that, where you were able to make that meeting and we made the later one and did a different sort of tour. But I think it's also more powerful when we're unified and showing up in that space in that way. The other thing I will add is, participating in the League of Oregon Cities policy committees is really helpful. It's a 2-year cycle. And I know that Councilor Wolf is participating in one. I chair one. And it talks about, it's another opportunity to essentially lobby the lobbyists to use our legislative agenda and make it one of the League of Oregon Cities priorities. It's important to note, right, the League of Oregon Cities represents everybody and not just the region, but also me sitting on the Metropolitan Mayors Consortium, which is essentially, we have our own lobbyists to lobby metro-specific items that we've become more successful on. So I also want to be clear about the lobbying efforts more broadly and the groups that we belong to that many of you may not know that I participate in. Again, and a lot of those are ones that ask me last minute or a couple days notice that there's something going on. I hope that context is helpful. Councilor Shaw?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And Council President, you agree. I think the more we can engage all of us on the same talking points, utilize our voices, whether it's a hall or other issues at the federal level. But at the risk of saying I think October is a little late to have that discussion because a lot of times the agendas are set already, particularly at the state level, at the LOC level. So maybe something to, Mayor, you could talk to, and City Manager and Nicole to CFM about. But I'm also wondering if it doesn't make sense to have similar idea of an implementation roadmap, but here's at the national level what our regulatory goals are, what our congressional goals are, what are even our congressional member goals, because they have the congressional directed spending opportunities, and then same at the state level, what are the regulatory issues, thinking about Schuyler with building, the building in Luba and some of the others, but then also at the state legislature. So thank you.
Yeah, Emily?
Thank you very much. I fully agree. I think it would also be interesting, in addition to a roadmap and kind of laying out the landscape that lays ahead, thinking about positions. You mentioned Luba and some of the other things that we're thinking about, just so that we have a common story or a common understanding, so that we're certainly that teammates understand council's position and are representing you all, and so that we're also reading from the same script. I wanted to underscore that this is going to be such a valuable year at the state level. Our own representative is the House Majority Leader. That puts us in such a unique and excellent position. We spoke with CFM just a couple of days ago. We have bi-weekly meetings on Thursdays, and they're already starting to talk to us about what should we be prepping Representative Bowman for 2025. So to your point, Councilor Shaw, about maybe thinking and moving early and thinking about what that looks like. There's also talk about the major transportation package, T25, which may become T27, but we should be still planning what we want to see. So some of these things, it's never too early to start thinking about and talking about, and also appreciating the counselors meeting with CFM in DC, or also representing the city in some of those federal conversations too.
Yeah, no, I think that's an important point, because the League of Oregon Cities Committee is literally, mine kicked off this week. And it's, I also think it's important for us maybe to plan it, as a 2-year, at least on the state level, more of like a 2-year legislative agenda, which is kind of how, it's broadly thought about. So it's a big lift every 2 years rather than every year, because that short session, again, the work for that begins as soon as the long session ends, because everything has to be baked by the time it starts. So I think understanding that process in a deeper way, which I don't know that the city has done before and done that level of preparation before, to continue to be successful in getting the most dollars and the best regulations for our community. We've been successful when we've been organized. So kudos to everybody involved in that. I know, sometimes I'm the face of that, or different counselors are the face of that, but there's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that makes the entire city successful. Yeah?
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, I also am serving on the taxation and revenue for LOC, and the same thing. They're already, I think there's some big lifts that the board is strategically looking at, but then also some other components around that. So open for conversations there, looking for city input.
Yeah, Councilor Singh.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I was thinking also about just the coalition criteria. You mentioned League of Oregon Cities, but if there are other partners that come to us and ask us to sign on to bills or things like that in the future, just having that discussion. I don't know if there's a criteria already, but potentially having that discussion too.
Yeah, I think having some more formality could be helpful, because there are a lot of things, that we get asked to sign on for or asked to do, and it becomes a conversation, I think, historically with me and some of the leadership team on, most of it aligns with our goals. So it's it's been rather a no-brainer to go out and have that additional ask when it's already in our policies or our goals that aligns with it. So we also, a lot of it comes down to efficiency too, of, hey, we need this back by tomorrow. And there isn't sufficient time, and we have to make the judgment call on sort of where the council would come down on it, or whether or not it's worth our time, right? Because our logo has huge value to it, and it actually has a lot of weight. Tigard very much punches above its weight in this state, and so we're very conscious of things that we attach our logo to, because we know it carries weight with the representatives on whether or not we stand behind something. So there are things that we're asked that we just, sometimes we say, thanks but no. That's not something that we want to use our capital, because it's not a priority for us to do. Is that helpful, I think?
Yeah, also just thinking about as a council member, if I could use, as an individual, council member, having stances on specific issues and being able to use my Tigard position, just getting clarity on that. If let's say my stance may not align with the rest of the council, how to be clear about that and moving forward.
Yeah, I think it kind of also goes back to the ground rules and knowing, you, as Jai Raj Singh, can say whatever you want as an individual. You just also have to be very specific that you are representing yourself as a person and not the council, even though you are a counselor. So like if it's verbal or if it's written, like putting that can be really helpful on the clarification if it's something that you're very passionate about, but maybe it's not something that aligns with the council goal in general. I hope that's helpful.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just wondering about just like the, like using letterhead, like my own letterhead and basically articulating that, but also saying as a city councilor, you know, this is my position. I'm not, and clearly expressing, you know, Tiger, the rest of the council is not, like, I'm not, you know, this is not representing city of Tigard, but as a city councilor, just getting clarity on that.
That I think would be a great thing to involve Shelby on, because that feels like also a legal nuance that could be important, and also looking to City Manager Reimar for guidance.
Yeah, Mayor, I think when you pointed to your ground rules right there, we tried to articulate a lot of that. So representing the city 24/7, it just clearly kind of says if you're speaking on your own, just making sure, or if you're speaking on behalf of the council, making sure that's known as well. But we can loop Shelby in on some of your specifics to make sure that you're comfortable, or all of you are comfortable.
Council President Hu?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I also appreciate your point of sometimes it's the last minute, and it probably won't happen very often to other council member because you usually represent us for legislative support letter or stuff like that. But this past short session, when you were away, I got asked to write a legislative testimony in support of the ban on banned books. It never actually passed the legislature, but at that point, I also feel a little hesitant. You know, it's like, am I representing the council on this, and should I ask all the council members if they agree on this ban the book ban legislation? But at the end, I just signed it, and it was representative coming from the city of Tigard, and I just feel. I hope none of you object to that, but I did retroactively. But yeah, so if it probably doesn't happen to the rest of us, partly because you are representing most of the time. So just some clarification on that too. Just like, you know, if you are not available, you know, council president is doing that, and at that point I was like, I'm okay. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And maybe I missed the email, but I think we've done a really good job of when I do something or when I've done something, sending out the testimony. And I don't know if that was sent out, because honestly, I think that's the first I've heard that maybe, again, I missed it in one of my emails, but ensuring, I think maybe we need some clarification a little bit on that. And that may also go into the ballpark discussion conversation and tie in the future.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to circle back to Councilor Singh's question. I think that granular clarity is needed because I think we all know on a voter's argument, we have the right to sign our name a city councilor of Tigard. That doesn't mean that as a city, we all would have agreed. And so I think whether that's back to Shelby, that yes, Councilor Singh, you get to sign something. You can't slap a logo on there, but just that level of detail of what we can do with our title would be really helpful. So thanks.
Yeah, that clarification I think is helpful. And also title versus city logo I think is an important differentiation too. And also, yeah, like, I mean, even having City of Tigard like letterhead or logo or whatever, that would mean I think something different where you're representing the entire city rather than just your name as a city councilor, like your own personal stuff that you created. I think getting super granular, I think, is actually, that clarity is really needed because these situations are so specific and so important to get those little details right. So we will look to Shelby for, I think, further clarification on as specific as we can get. Okay. I feel like that went off topic, but it didn't. Any other discussion as far as the legislative agenda process? I think getting everybody involved, starting earlier, were the two big key takeaways? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to the city report card frequency.
Kathy, you're going to grab a mic? So we just want to talk a little about the history of the report card, and then what it takes to put it together, the purpose, and I know Kathy has some thoughts, so we'll start there and then have a dialogue.
Yep, we're really glad to see this issue on the agenda, because we also have questions and are looking for clarity from you all of what your expectations are, so we can meet those. So as you may recall, a council goal in 2019 was, it fell under Goal 1, which was really focused on financial stability and sustainability and providing ways to really serve the community. Strategy 1.2 was about increasing trust with the community by regularly publishing a city report card, detailing our progress and challenges, and comparing our work to peer cities. Very subjective. What's frequent? Is frequent weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, every decade? Like we don't know. And then also what we're reporting out on. Looking back at our report card, it's changed almost every time we published one. We published the first one in June of 2019. In 2020, we published in July and December. In 21, it was April, December. In 22, we did one in July, and then we published July through December findings in early 2023. So the frequency is maybe twice a year, but we're kind of flexible in those blocks of time. And what we report on, is it strategic goals? Is it council goals? Or other initiatives? So any direction or thoughts you have, we would really appreciate, so again, we can deliver and meet your expectations. We've thought of different ways, because we do have different vehicles where we report out information. We've got our performance audit, we've got council updates, we've got our external newsletters, we also have Tigard Life and this report card. So what is the best way that's really intentional and impactful in telling the story that we want to tell? Is it continuing a report card? Is it an annual report? Is it all of the above? So opening up to hear from you. So again, seeking clarity and guidance so we can move forward.
Thank you. Yeah, we put this on the agenda because there was another counselor and myself who had a question of, hey, when's the next report card coming out? And which spurred on this larger conversation around expectations and what should go on there, because no two report cards have been the same or had the same data or information. I have gotten feedback from community members that everybody loved it. Regardless of whether or not there was continuity of information, it helped give data and facts as far as where Tigard is and what we're doing and what we're tracking. I think it's important to give Kathy and the team some very specific direction as much as possible around how frequent and maybe topical areas. So I will throw out a general suggestion that I like the idea of twice a year, but I also like the idea of those two being different, but also the same year over year. So the one in July is the same information posted every July, and maybe the one in January or December, if that is what it is the same information like year over year. So trends and stuff can be tracked. As far as what specifically is in there, I think actually what could be helpful is getting copies of the previous report cards. And seeing if things naturally come up about what was reported on and maybe what would be helpful. That's just my suggestion, open to alternatives if people have them. But I think the twice a year was really helpful and went over well, and the community really liked it. Questions, comments? Yeah, Youth Councilor Vogel.
Yeah, I really like the twice a year. I think if that feels manageable, then that can be consistent, as well as just keeping the stuff on the report card manageable as well, or consistent as well, just that people know what to expect, and then if there are questions or concerns, they'll know when it's the right time to be approaching them, just so that consistency's there. So I like that a lot.
Yeah, Councilor Shaw.
I think before I'd answer, for me, the consistency or 2 times a year, which sounds right, but kind of what is the goal? And I think I know what city report card means, but I'm not sure if we all have the same context. Is it so we can say, yes, we're doing great on council goals, yes, we're doing great on Tyler goals, or yes, we're doing great on boards and commissions. I'm not sure, because I went back and looked at it too, I'm not sure what our ultimate goal is, and I assume it's communication with our community members, but what does that mean? So maybe we're just looking for clarity.
Yeah, and I don't know if we have that. But I think that, you know, talking about maybe what goes on each of them could be really helpful. But again, like so I think maybe this is guidance to come back to us with suggestions. I don't think we're going to solve the question here. But, you know, that could be really helpful. Are there? Yeah. Oh, Nicole?
Just providing a little bit more background. The approach the last couple times was to frame it, because we didn't have that general direction. We're like, we need something to frame the data. So we looked to our strategic plan and the values: equity, walkable, healthy, and accessible. And from there, the strategic plan has measures in it. And those that are on the report card are in the strategic plan. And so that was kind of the concept there. The twice a year piece, some of the feedback I got internally from our team was twice a year is almost, for most of the measures, it might be too frequent, because that much change doesn't happen in 6 months. It takes time for like pavement condition index or whatever it might be. So just keeping that in mind as we have this conversation.
I appreciate that feedback. Would it be helpful if the same data, again, the June one maybe includes pavement index, so every June pavement index is talked about, but the next report card is a different set of metrics?
I think we'd have to just revisit and look at each of the measures, and I'd want to check with our team to see what is more reasonable before I say, yeah. But I would assume, yes, more space in between some of these would be, it helped communicate some change in story.
And maybe after research, we realize that once a year is the best thing based on the metrics we actually want. So I get it. Yeah, I think this requires further investigation and recommendation. Councilor Wolf?
Thank you. Yeah, Kenny and I were looking at it, pulled up what's on the website, and I like the vision because it stays consistent. I mean, I guess we could change that at some point, but I think it gives real clarity around the 4 components. I mean, thinking about healthy, that could be enhanced by the climate initiative goals, because that's not there as much. And then I pulled up the prior one that was issued, and that had the levy transparency and how we're performing on that. So I think, to your point, something, you know, so maybe it's a focus around public safety at one point, and then the data collection on the strategic vision. But I think it's really important. I, as just a resident, always appreciated getting the high-level data points and the visual. It's well done.
And I think that's the guidance we were looking for, is the purpose of what we're trying to do. A report card is consistent, so you can see improvement and progress and where you're lagging. It's like your report card at school. Like, I got a B+, now I'm an A-. So you have something established in a baseline. Or is it a snapshot where we're just providing information based on certain things that we want to highlight? And it sounds like, just based on this conversation, it's more of a report card, and we can come back to you with different options and frequencies and examples of what we would report on, consistent with what we have been doing and just enhancing and improving it.
There's a part of me that wonders, maybe depending upon the date, it's both, right? Like, one of them is a true report card of metrics sustained over time, and the other one is a report out of highlights of maybe council goals or specific things going on that we want to brag about. So maybe depending upon which one it is, it has 2 different expectations, and maybe one is a report card and one is a report out, or something like different phrasing being used. So it's not, the 2 aren't necessarily confused. And also, if we are asking too much, because we do know that's a heavy lift, and we know, like, please make sure to give us that feedback too, so we can prioritize. Yeah, Council President Hu?
Yeah, and going back to the context, I like the current format, and maybe including council goal would be a little bit too much. I don't know. But one thing I did mention before was for the walkable metrics, we use road pavement index, and I still don't get a connection between walkability and pavement index. Maybe if we can say percentage of street has sidewalks, that's more relevant than pavement index. So maybe just think about why we are reporting certain matrix in certain category a little bit more, because right now pavement index doesn't make sense to me under walkability. So
I appreciate that feedback because I would agree with it, especially like most of the, if I were mayor, not most of them, a lot of them like talked about why don't we have more sidewalks? And I think what the report can do is also provide us an opportunity to explain what progress we made, why sidewalks are so expensive, and how we prioritize them with the money that we have every year and what we're building, and how we decide where they go, right, around schools and things like that to ensure. So I think it can kick off a discussion that maybe then, you know, goes into an education piece and strategy after that. Kenny, looked like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I did. First to say, just I think I will admit for all of us that when it comes to finding like something that we have data on that is really sort of easy to sort of like plug a number to and put on the report card because it's really relevant to one of these categories, it's a little bit of a struggle. So we do our best. They're not always perfect fits. But the point I wanted to make was just the one that Nicole made about pavement index. It's not just true for that. Like in my department, I know you all know this, things take a really long time. So if you think about housing production, for example, or if you think about the development of anything, 6 months, if you just think in terms of construction, 6 months is, you know, 1/3 of a design process. You know, 6 months is a pretty fast permitting process, to say nothing of a construction process. And some of these report card goals are about, you know, productivity and delivery of, you know, a changed built environment. So I guess that goes to, if we are going to use the report card to measure progress toward goals, in a lot of cases, even 6 months isn't a very long duration to see any measurable change.
Thanks. Additional questions or comments, Councilor Singh or Youth Council Vogel?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think, you know, thinking about the pavement condition index, you know, I think that sort of, when we hear from the community about potholes, like that, I think that's why that's sort of highlighted in this report, but it may not align with walkability necessarily. But I think consistency is important, and having it like annually, like I think that makes sense to me. And also just around new initiatives that start, there might not be that baseline. So, you know, thinking about like heat pumps, like AC units, as more funding comes from every level of government to implement that, how are we showcasing that we're getting those units out and measuring progress over that? So I think there's different ways to highlight it, but just having that consistency, but also allowing that flexibility for showcasing like new work as well.
Kathy, do you feel like you have the guidance you need to go forth?
Yeah, this was helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. Any last minute wrap up comments in regards to the report card frequency and topic? Okay. We will move on to the proclamation process check-in.
Well, this is exactly what it says. We're just checking in on the proclamation process. So really a chance for all of you just to see how it's going. You know, we made some changes after the goal setting advance and just to see if it's still working for all of you.
Yeah, so I want to say I think it's been really helpful to have a website. When people check in, you know, ask or email me, I always direct them to the website so it's more formal and we can track it and those sorts of things. There has only been one proclamation where I declined because that individual was trying to combine 3 proclamations and also change or set like a council direction or policy. And that felt inappropriate. I've had conversations with the city attorney, like reading through the proclamations, being like, oh, this was like, I don't, like, is it okay to say that? And so it was really helpful to frame it more as, it's not necessarily a city endorsement, it's giving somebody the opportunity to have something. So I think one of them was like, talking about adding a flag or like doing these sorts of things. And so, you know, if I do have questions, I always go to the city attorney and I go, well, how do we feel about this? But again, the only one that I have denied was, again, it felt like it was setting a council policy direction, and that didn't feel appropriate. And it combined a couple that we already had. So Questions, comments, feedback? People have the opportunity just to receive it. We changed it, we made it a little fancier, and now we give out in person it framed. Thank you to Council President Hu for that suggestion. So it's not just a piece of paper. Yeah. Councilor Shaw?
Thank you, Mayor, and I think the process has been great having that website. And as someone who occasionally will be on Zoom, I think it's helpful when, and I appreciate that you read the proclamation, and I'm wondering if there is an opportunity for, if other counselors are there too, to take a joint picture, because it's you with the individuals and then the council behind, and it just from a picture standpoint just seems a little odd. In particular, if it's a topic that I know maybe is very important to Council President Hu or to Councilor Wolf or to Councilor Singh, just maybe there's an opportunity to take a joint picture.
Yeah, I mean, if other counselors are interested, they don't have to just be me. Council President Hu?
Yeah, I think when I saw social media posting of Beaverton City Council, it's usually the entire City Council posting pictures. So, and I really appreciate the like Councilor Shaw mentioned. I think this proclamation is a great stuff. You know, people really appreciate it. So it's a great thing. It's like a board and commission member appointment day. It's a big celebration. So it's great. So thank you.
Yeah, and I will say I'm excited that we're starting to get more requests. It used to be sort of probably unwritten city policy that there were things that like they didn't issue proclamations for, like anything related to the medical field. So like no National Heart Month or those sorts of things, which to me it's easy, free, almost free, except for the price of the paper, you know, goodwill. And so that shifted also when I started doing them, and it really makes people excited to be able to do that for, you know, the causes and, you know, bringing up really important things like Parkinson's. I think that was a really important, impactful discussion and giving people a platform, again, if they want to come and talk about it. So they have an option just to have the proclamation, to have it recognized, to invite the council to whatever event. So I think it's really built a little bit more community engagement and more community goodwill. Did you have something, Councilor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think the proclamation that was sort of denied or rejected, I think, you know, some people may submit like right in the form, and I think it would just be good to like respond to them and try to work, like if they did it incorrectly, like you're mentioning, just responding to them and trying to figure out how council can work together to figure out if there's another appropriate venue for that or something like that. I think that might be a good opportunity to collaborate too.
Yeah, no, I was working with city teammates on perhaps breaking it apart and doing it in a different kind of way, and I think we're still working on the answer to that before I can go back to that individual and say, this is exactly why, this is how we're addressing it. Because again, one of them that was wrapped in was one that a proclamation we were already doing. So, but I appreciate that, yes, we do need to get back to that individual, which was a recent request. Councilor Shaw?
It does occur to me, do we have like a set of criteria that's even on the website so folks know, like, I shouldn't even bother with this because this isn't going to be the right venue to suggest this, but do we have that criteria that also helps you guide your, and I assume it's maybe you and the city attorney who's making the decision of what that proclamation should it go forward to the council?
Well, again, for the most part, they haven't been, it's the first one in a year and a half, you know, given guidance where, and again, it's because it was also sort of declaring a council policy direction. So no, I don't know that, do we have, yeah. Nicole.
Yeah, it's pretty vague right now, but I did make a note just to update the website to maybe give guidance on like, proclamations don't set policy direction or some, we can phrase it a little bit to set those expectations before they submit. So yeah, we can update it. I did have one question. Well, first, Carol and Jesse have like done a ton of work internally with the changes, so just thank you for all the work that you put into it. And then the specific process question is, if someone submits a proclamation request for a council meeting that's coming up where like the packet is already published, but we've approved it, do we have discretion as a team to say, oh, can we move this back a council meeting so that we don't have to like republish or are we trying to, if we approve it, are we sticking to that council meeting? It's a very specific question, sorry, but.
No, so I guess I think it would depend on the importance to that group of whether or not they have
Okay.
to have that day.
Okay.
Like sometimes I think they want to come beforehand because that day is
Right.
during that week. And so I think unfortunately it's more of a judgment call of like, is this a preference for them or does it make sense with what they're trying to proclaim?
Okay, and maybe if it's approved, we can follow up as a team and say, do you need it to happen this week or could we move it? And like it's a communication point.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's, yeah. Councilor Wolf?
This is in the weeds, so I apologize, but I mean, I think you could, again, give that clarity to say, requests need 6 weeks, because you say preferred, so don't make it preferred. I mean, again, snarky, sorry. But I mean, it sets expectations.
Yeah.
Nicole, on the timeline that it takes. But I think it's great. We don't celebrate joy enough, and so joy and hardship, but empathy, right? And so I think it's great.
Yeah, the only reason I like the preferred is because I appreciate that sometimes nonprofits and groups are, you know, not necessarily 8 weeks prepared in order to know that they need to send a proclamation out. And sometimes I want to, you know, try to be nimble to help bring that joy where it's a much easier lift for us and a little bit of panicking and make a huge difference to a community group. So I think maybe just a communication back to them of like, hey, is this a preference or is this a exact have to? Carol?
If it comes in like super late, there's always a possibility to do a walk-on. And if you're okay with that, rather than scrambling to, because we actually need to prepare the proclamation and do a staff report and do all these things to get it on the agenda. And if that's time has passed, if we could do walk-ons occasionally.
Yeah,
when
I'm
that
fine
comes
with
up.
doing a walk-on.
Okay.
I always prefer not to have to say the whole thing, but understand if they want me to. Maybe that's actually would be helpful to know because I never know. I sort of introduce it, especially if people come up, like what level they want me to go into. Because it's also a lot of talking to, you know, for me to read through it. So I try not to read them unless specifically requested.
Yeah.
My voice gets tired. But if it's important, I certainly want to read it. Any other proclamation comments or? Yeah, Councilor Shaw.
Hey, just a comment, and I like Snarky Wolf. So, just, I know, exactly, I made sure of that. But perhaps we could see if it just ends up being a problem, like give it 4 or 6 months, and because I think that we should hold others accountable, whether nonprofit or not, to a certain time frame. And as someone who's a former staffer and had to put packets together, it can be timely. But looking for a compromise there down the road.
Any additional last-minute comments? Okay. We will move on to the potential ballpark discussion. So I just kind of want to talk about just a little bit of history and what went into the letter that went out for general support for the Portland to sell the Redtail Golf Course with the intent of it becoming a ballpark. Historically, I had some general conversations, big picture starting last year. I'm trying to remember, it's all blurring together. You know, that Redtail was a potential sort of space with the city of Portland, actually. Now it's coming back to me. The city of Portland reached out and didn't want us to be surprised and let us know that Redtail was on there and the Lloyd Center. And it, you know, it's a courtesy. It's not our city. None of it is in our jurisdiction, but it butts right up next to Washington Square. So sort of thought, well, why would they ever choose Redtail? You know, it makes a perfect sense to me to have it at Lloyd Center, which is, you know, in a spot that would be great for revitalization and all the dollars and those sorts of things. Well, step forward, having conversations with Craig Cherry, I think is his name, who is the director of the Portland Diamond Project, who reached out to me specifically to let me know, just because it was probably going to be leaked, that their preferred site was Redtail. And a deep explanation as far as why the preference is Redtail and not Lloyd Center. I don't know if you've done any of the reading, but the investors very much want, because it's like 14 acres for a baseball site and Redtail is 168. And so they want to build something much larger than just a baseball stadium, but also sort of a little bit more housing and hotels and restaurants and a much bigger, larger experience where the stadium is a piece of it. And so they were interested in a much larger piece of property, which would be the largest ballpark co-development in the country. And so we started having just a little bit of conversations back and forth. And then at some point, the city of Portland again reached out to me to have a conversation about it, and asked, because they were going into an executive session to have a discussion, and so it was sort of last minute of, we don't want to sell this property if both jurisdictions are absolutely against it, and so we want in writing from you whether or not you were opposed or supportive. And so at that point, it had to be something turned around, I think pretty much like the next day, on whether or not we would be willing to provide that letter. So under the advice, I called each of you. I didn't share information, so the serial meeting, nobody knew what anybody else said, but a general, are you supportive, are you not supportive? Understanding, I have some serious concerns. Here are my concerns, but I feel confident that the open communication that we've had so far and the communication I've had with the city of Beaverton was to be supportive and understand that even if this doesn't become a ballpark, the city of Beaverton still requests for it to be sold, and did not want to be a hindrance to another city being able to be responsible for their own destiny. It's very kind of weird for one city to own 170 acres of property in another city. So based on the feedback that I got, 3 of you had concerns, also generally supportive, 1 of you was not. So at that point, I let that person who was not supportive know. In general, I appreciate it. The general support is to go forward, so I want you to know this letter is going to be written. Not trying to circumvent any sort of public discussion or process, but understanding again in that really tight time frame, getting the temperature for, is this like a hard no, or is this a, okay, let's move forward in the conversation? My concern was also strategically, right? Like if we immediately come out and say no, there's a really important part for us to be at that table, to have that conversation, and it's being extended to us. The city of Beaverton is willing to have Tigard as a partner at the table, understanding that the decisions they're making does impact the city, even though none of it is in the city. And if we immediately come out and say no, we are no longer welcome at that table. So it was also a long-term strategic discussion, not, you know, yay, let's get a ballpark and a whole bunch of stuff and mow down the trees, but this is an opportunity. And a further discussion, just the funding for transportation and infrastructure in this state is broken. We know that. The gas tax isn't working. We know that ODOT isn't maintaining our roads and those sorts of things. In order to fix an area, we need to have a massive amount of influx of money and investment in order to be able to have a lot of change, to be the catalyst for change. Nothing is going to change in the Metzger area unless something is a catalyst. So this is a catalyst to have that conversation, to be able to stick up for our community, to have our community voices concerned, because we're at the table. So that is the history behind why we wrote the letter of being supportive, and generally talking to city teammates and saying, are there any main red flags that I'm missing? And none were brought up. So I just want to be abundantly clear. I'd love, to have a conversation as it continues to move forward to see if the Portland Diamond Project is willing to come to council and talk about their plans and have this as a community conversation. This was never intended to be any sort of secret. So I want to talk about the history of why the decision was made the way it was, how it unfolded, and what I think our responsibility and our seat at the table is moving forward. questions, comments, concerns? Councilor Shaw?
So, no secret, I was the one who was not supportive, primarily because I don't think it meets our 5 E's. I don't think the project meets equity, the environment, maybe potentially economy, and as they said, it was 168 acres of the largest entertainment complex that will ever be built in the United States. That's concerning to me. The engagement and the excellence. So with those kind of criteria is why I wasn't supportive. It isn't that I'm saying no, but I think it's important to have those discussions ahead of time, and to write just a letter of support was concerning to me, as opposed to saying we potentially conditionally would support this, but here are the things that we need to recognize. We need to recognize the impact on the communities of Metzger and the large immigration, the population that lives near Washington Square. And so those are the concerns that I had with regards to this letter being put on letterhead, on City Tiger letterhead, because it was very much, yes, this is great, it's going to be great for the economy, but it didn't say here are our concerns, and I'm concerned that we didn't list our concerns. So for those reasons, which is why I was not as supportive of perhaps the other councilors on this project and are writing a support letter. And quite frankly, too, the City of Portland's going to do what they do. And I think one letter from us that was glowingly supportive wouldn't, in the end, make much of a difference. But that's just my personal opinion.
I appreciate your personal opinion, but I was told point blank by the mayor of Portland that this letter was, one way or another was important and needed. They requested it from us. The Portland Diamond Project requested us. This is not something that we freely did. This is something we were told one way or another. They needed a written stance from the City of Tigard on. So I appreciate your personal opinion. I'm telling you that's not the case from the mayor of Portland.
And I appreciate that, but I'm also wondering perhaps in the future, as we have these other opportunities that come up, that we could look to the 5 E's, and if we can address them perhaps in a letter that's written, say, we're conditionally giving support, but we have these concerns under our council values and goals, and we'd like to, moving forward, address those with you. So perhaps that's a point of compromise how we move forward.
Yeah, I understand, and I understand where you're coming from. I think the conversation is, the point of the letter is to the City of Portland, who would have no control over any of the build or any of those sorts of things. They were asking whether or not we were approving it to be sold. I think the level of concern that you're speaking about would perhaps be a secondary letter to the City of Beaverton, who single-handedly has control over those sorts of things, or the Portland Diamond Project, who is the one wanting to move it forward. So I don't know that using it in that sort of way to a jurisdiction that has no control over those sorts of things would be the correct venue for putting those sorts of things. And I do want to say, I think we all separately had our own concerns, but I don't know that we would have been able to cohesively, without breaking any sort of rules, be able to provide the level of detail that you're asking for and specificity within the required time frame that we were asked to follow.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Mayor. With regards to control, I completely understand that it's up to the City of Portland to sell or not sell, but I actually think it wouldn't do us any benefit as good community partners and good city partners to explain to them what that impact of that sale would be on the City of Tigard, and it would be significant for a number of reasons: housing, transportation, equity. So I think it's our prerogative and our right to say how it might impact us if it were to be a sale. So I think even though we don't necessarily control, I think we have the ability as good neighbors to say how we're going to be impacted. So I think that could have been included. And I hear you about the serial, and perhaps what we could do is what we've done in other areas, like if equity is very important to one person, they could take that, or if the environment, and we could just add portions, recognizing there was a tight short frame of time to submit the letter. But we could each take one of the equity goals and say how it could potentially impact our city. So that's one way of getting around cereal, because I hear you on the cereal meeting.
Yeah, I also want to acknowledge and ask the question of whether or not, you know, as a council, that's something that we would have wanted to add to the letter to begin with, and that's something that we can review in the future. You know, because we all would need to agree in those sorts of things. What we wrote, the majority agreed to. And I understand your concerns and wanting to add it in the future, and we can certainly sort of continue to ask that question, but that doesn't guarantee that it's going to be a part of it if the majority agreement isn't there.
Just perhaps one last comment. I did hear from a number of folks in the Metzger area that were quite upset about this because of the impact it would place upon them. And so they felt that they hadn't even gotten an opportunity for a voice to have been heard. So again, just if there's a way in the future, if there are these, that we can just put what we think might be some community concerns into the letter, and we could follow by, again, the 5 E's. But I think it's in our right to mention to another city, and it should be Beaverton too, what our concerns would be upon our community. So if we could, and I just think there could have been a way to recognize that it impact, in particular, like in Metzger, and say, you know, we could be conditionally supportive, but we're concerned about X, Y, Z. So I still think there were opportunities to provide that in the letter.
Well, in the future, we can ask if that is brought up, if there is general agreement on whether or not that goes into the letter. Any additional questions or comments? You look like maybe you're trying to say something.
Well, I appreciate the back and forth, and I just, and I'll let Councilor Singh or Council President Hu make their own comment, but I just felt like, from my perspective, the devil's in the detail, and as Mayor Lube has said multiple times, none of us were like, oh, we're 100% all in, this is fabulous, go forth and do great work. But I think it was that directional tip. And I think the hope was, I mean, logistically, it seems like whether that's Hall, Greenberg, 217, I-5, they're not going to want those critical roads to be blockers to how to get there. So I hope there is that future at the table conversation. And my only point was to say, I think we all have a point of pause on how this moves forward, but directionally wanted to ensure that we're part of that process. But I appreciate everything you've articulated, but that was my sense of the spirit of what was being asked.
Council President Hu?
Thank you. I also appreciate the nuanced approach to future letters. And can we, does the council have the power to declare, like, to hold an emergency meeting? Do we have that power, right? So I don't know how practical that was for this purpose, but maybe in the future we can consider something big like that for a purpose of emergency meeting. And yeah, and I remember receiving an email before a phone call, and I remember writing in my email concern I have about the project. So I wasn't sure the timeline, but yeah, I think as Councilor Wolf pointed out, each of us, the three of us, even though we, you know, overall say it's okay, but I think at least in my email, I remember expressing my concern about this potential impact on displacement and things like that. So yeah, sorry, I forgot the point I was going to make, but yeah, to Councilor Shaw, I think even the three of us who give conditional okay, you know, have some reservations. So.
Any additional comments or questions? Okay, moving on to city sponsorship of community organization events.
All right, just to set to frame this one, this is not the community event and sponsorship work that the budget committee is working on. Eric, Councilor Wolf, a couple of budget committee. This is really focused on a few of those events that annually we're asked to support as a city. You know that we've changed our policy this year to allow us to sponsor a table, for example, and have a presence at some of them. So recently, both the Met and then the WA policy consideration and or policy conference, excuse me, were two of them. We've talked about things like the Shining Stars coming up, potentially one with the school district, where it's important for or the question is it important for the city to have a presence as being a partner in those, and then potentially having people attend, like the Met, we had some teammates attending that one. Some of us attended the WEA event as well. I know people are going to Shining Stars, and so I thought it'd just be good to talk about this here. I proposed a process in an email, potentially using some of your travel and training budgets to help support those. But we really don't have a funding source or a process right now to say yes or no to any of those. So do we look at having that handful of ones that we want to, and then maybe the mayor and I can think about other requests that we get once in a while. And one, do we have funding? Two, should we support it? To some of the conversation you're having here about does the group align with our values? Are they advancing priorities that we'd like to see advance? So that's the intro to it. I know, Mayor, you wanted to chat about it a little too. So.
Yeah, I think this is a really important conversation because I think we as counselors, being representatives of the city and the mayor, are invited to a lot of different lovely, expensive community events. And the expectation has always been out of our personal pockets. And then when we get there, they ask how many raffle tickets and how many paddle raises we can do, assuming because we're elected officials, we have this endless amount of money, personal money or city money, perhaps to be able to use. And they're floored, honestly, when I, sometimes declined because I was like, listen, I can't afford $150 a head. And then I'd love to have an evening with my husband. And then that means I pay for a babysitter and then another $150. And then you ask me for raffle tickets and ask me to paddle raise. And that's like a $500 evening for me. And that's just, it's a really huge stretch when we talk about access for our community members who we want to be able to be counselors and those sorts of things, but also show up where our community is asking to show up, not because they like Heidi the person, but because they want the mayor. They may also like me, but they want the mayor there, or they want the council president or the council there. And so how can we be responsible stewards of the city funds, but also not ask our city council to essentially pay to be counselors, which happened to Council President Hu a couple of months because of how much money, and I apologize for calling you out if that's uncomfortable. But the reality is it's a very expensive thing to do. And so we were trying to figure out a way to acknowledge that we are community partners with some of our other governmental agencies, like the TTSD, who puts on an annual fundraiser and has table sponsorships, and Shining Stars, which fundamentally honors Tigard community members and Tigard businesses. Where is it appropriate for the city of Tigard to be a sponsor or to buy a table and have a mixture of city teammates and employees that make sense and city councilors that make sense? And then what is the other sort of side of it of if we get invited as a mayor or a city councilor to an event that maybe the city doesn't sponsor, but we are being asked to be there because of our elected role, not because of, they like Heidi the person, right? There's an amount of things that we get invited to because of our roles. And so it was my recommendation or my idea to sort of come up with a pot of money in the future budget process for city sponsorships, right? Things that we agree fundamentally align with what the city does. So things like WA Policy Committee, TTSD, Shining Stars, a table at MET. What are other, and maybe we have a blind spot. What are other potential things that we're missing that we can anticipate being annual sponsors for? And then have a conversation of your travel and training budget that can be used as a one-off thing if you are invited to something outside of that where you want to go as a counselor. Maybe it's a climate sort of thing that, again, is $150 a table because that is the floor for what those things are per head as a city councilor to do those sorts of things. So that was my idea because, travel and training could be conferences, it could be specific training, it could be representation at an event like that. But sort of looking for guidance if that feels reasonable. If you think, no, that's a terrible idea, or we should do more of it, or do it a different kind of way. But that was my initial sort of thought to throw out there for discussion, because I think it's a really great opportunity. I think SEPA does some stuff, and it feels like being really good partners with our nonprofits. When we can, we should show up for them, and we should support them. I know this is the end. Questions, comments, thoughts? Yeah, Council President Hu?
Thank you, and thank you for pointing me out as a specific examples. Okay. Yeah, I totally agree, and I think since I never use up nearly as much travel budget as it was budgeted, I have no problem with that. And the only thing I will request is a more clear guideline on the type of activities we should go, and or if it's appropriate. Right now, I don't think it's appropriate to bring a significant other or spouse, have city pay for it, but just something specific guideline on that, along those lines, that would be great. So.
Yeah, to be clear, if you wanted to bring along someone to go with you, that would be your own personal dollars and not city dollars. It would never be appropriate to use city dollars for a non-elected official event. Do you want me to say that again a little louder? Yeah, Councilor Shaw.
More of a clarifying question. So is there two questions on the table? One is the city sponsorship of community organization events, and then the second is, can we utilize our training dollars for our participation at events?
So I would say yes, we can. I think we changed the policy already, I believe, to be able to use our so like I used my city dollars to sign up for Shining Stores. In using the credit card and making sure you get the receipt back and all those sorts of things. But I think the new, and that is new, but that is, again, you managing your own travel. And but I think we should get maybe some specifics where I hope we can give general guidance, but I also want to give the counselor an opportunity to go to something that's meaningful for them too. So I think that's going to be a really interesting sort of what are the right guardrails to give, but a different pot of money that would not be related to the travel and training budget would be a city sponsorship bucket that I think the council needs to agree on the sponsorships, not just an individual person. But I think there has to be enough in there, perhaps if there's an individual gets approached about buying a table, is it something that the entire council sort of agrees? Or is it something where if you want to buy a table, you use all of that coming from your personal, your specific travel training budget? I think that is also an option. But we would be very specific on when we would use the City of Tigard logo as a sponsor. Is that nuance? Answer, not answer? Yeah. Councilor Singh?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was a question I had, in terms of my individual, let's say if I use my travel funds to go to a fundraiser for an organization, will there be a process for city council to vote to, whether they accept that I go to that event? Because, if I use my city count, I'm representing Tigard, and I think I'm just confused about, if I disagree with or if someone disagrees that I go to the specific climate event and they don't want Tigard to be represented at that event, how would council sort of vote on that? So I think it's more about process too.
I appreciate that nuance, but I think it also goes back to the ground rules of representing yourself versus representing the city. And the city would be represented in the city sponsorships, and you, as Councilor Singh, would be the one at that conference. I caution to say this because I hope nobody goes to some sort of hate-filled, but there's a possibility, right? If there's an individual who is on council and maybe wants to go to a hate-filled conference. That could be challenging, but I don't know that anyone should be able to veto anybody else who may have an interest in climate policy, who wants to spend their dedicated city budget to advancing city goals and learning about the climate. So I don't know. I'd love to hear other opinions, but I don't think that we should have the right to approve, because we don't now. We don't say, Councilor Wolf, you can't go to NLC. I think, you know what, but I think it's a different way of using it that perhaps we haven't explored, because this council hasn't gone to those individual sort of conferences the way previous councilors have. You can do that, by the way, if you don't know that. If you want to go to something not NLC or LLC, but there's a specific, maybe you're on the Parks and Rec board, there's a Parks and Rec conference that, you know, maybe it's appropriate for you to be a part of. There's absolutely that opportunity to go learn in other areas of governmental things that you like. Yeah, Council President Hu?
I think that went back to my original request, is to put some sort of guideline, how we use our personal travel budget to attend a dinner. And what you alluded to maybe will be helpful. Maybe we just have to ready to justify how spending this travel budget to attend this specific event or dinner further the council goal. So maybe that's one of the guardrail we can put in place as, or, you know, community event like Shining Star, that's no brainer, right? But if you go to something that, as you put, a hate event, I don't know what, you have to be able to justify how that attending that event or dinner further justify council goal. But it's just something, I don't know who will set that policy, but us probably, but yeah, maybe we need to have something like that, and especially if we're going to have more counselors. Yeah, so.
No, I think clarification is really important. And again, I would caution to tie it only to city council goals. You know, again, just in case there's a counselor who has a real interest in learning more about a specific thing that may not be a goal, I don't want to restrict them from being able to travel and get really cool ideas and bring them back. Because I think that's the value in a lot of these conferences, is making those connections and getting to know people and bringing back some ideas of, hey, the city is doing something in a different kind of way around this issue that I'm interested in, engage the councils. So guardrails, yes, I think we need to figure out how narrow or wide to make them. Yeah, Councilor Wolf.
Thank you. Yeah, just to follow up on that, I agree that we should have that freedom or flexibility, but I was trying to think even like equal opportunity and just some of the respect of classified groups, because we need guardrails, because you never know who might end up on council, and then we'd like, oh my God, that was not the intent. And so I think just some fundamentals around hate bias would be really important.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Councilor Shaw.
Yeah, I think even criteria, because hypothetically, let's say the Chamber of Commerce decide to support a book ban of books that we all thought were important that our library didn't ban and felt were needed for the community to have available. So I think we'd still want to have some sort of criteria, because we can say, well, Shining Stars, but that management could change. And so I wouldn't want us to get stuck to say, well, our criteria says we have to support Chamber of Commerce and Shining Stars, when we may not, fundamentally, it may not support our values. So yeah, I think that it's going to be in the details, because it could become a very slippery slope to say, well, we'll fund this organization and their management could change. And so I think I'd love to look further at that criteria and those guardrails.
Maybe the recurring city sponsorship is a discussion topic for the budget committee, right? As we're discussing the budget and what that specific budget may be, you know, these are the ones we plan on funding this next year, and it goes through that process, or maybe it's council specific. I don't know, but good questions. City Manager Reimer?
That last point, let us kind of think through the process on that point, and then you know, Shelby and I can talk through this a little more, and I know it came up earlier as well, just putting some process to this. So I would agree personally that I think the individual counselors should have some of your own freedom to make those decisions. And like you said, it's exactly the point from earlier, representing yourself. Unless, the majority of the council's already said, yeah, and, you can do that then. And then looking at that annual review of what you would contemplate for sponsorship. Because one way or the other, we're having to deal with it, and they just come up, and without having some process, we're either just making a decision, and so, that hasn't been as helpful either. And I think it'd be helpful for the organizations to know up front if we're planning to, put our logo, sponsor their event for that year. So I think there's probably a win for them as well. And the Met's a good example, right? We'll get something, it'll come from, one of us will get it, Kenny will get it, I'll get it, and then, are we doing this or not? And we don't want to make policy on the fly, so.
City sponsorship? Okay. Is there any other topics that any non-agenda items that anyone would like to bring forward? We're ahead of schedule.
I'm happy to summarize high level, if that helps us make sure for all the teammates as well as the council that we're all on the same page on what the next steps look like. I think to start, it's been a really helpful conversation, many different things. I think we've learned some of the guidance that we're seeking. So follow up. The word roadmap is now something I think we're going to be following for all different things. So thanks to our Tyler experience, we're going to be developing roadmaps for a variety of things. But I think that's also a good thing to give us some of the structure that we're looking for internally, as well as then to provide you something that you can really understand. So some of the key things, these are the higher level ones. The council scheduling, we can talk through that with Rebecca's role, but when we get into more of the substantive, really talking about from a climate standpoint, providing some additional information on different approaches we can take, what type of resources would it require, what's the real impact it would make as an organization, what impact or benefits would it have for the environment. So we can follow that up, and I see that as a continual conversation with the council. So we'll come back at some point here and start providing some of that information so you can kind of understand some of the opportunities you may have. Boards and committees, that's a really good conversation for us. This is where the roadmap really came up, so we'll come back first with a roadmap to talk about the different opportunities that you discussed, when we could see those fitting into the other things we're working on, and making sure we're all on the same page of a multi-month or multi-year process that kind of gets you to that point, and then make sure the priorities are being addressed first. The agenda process, legislative agenda, that was a really good conversation. So obviously one of the takeaways is, having a conversation much earlier than October. And so we'll look at that, as well as not only that part of the process, but it seemed like as much was discussed about what happens when we're in session, right? Or when we need to get to DC, or when we need to issue a letter. And so continuing that part of the conversation as well. This kind of goes together with the last one, the whole individual use of your title, when are we sponsoring the city logo, when you're speaking for the council. Those two things came up in two different spots, so it seems like a really good thing for us to try to clarify for all of you. On the report card, we'll come back, kind of the same thing. I think some suggestions or a roadmap for what the report card could look like, what type of topics, the timing, can follow up on that as well. Those are the main, kind of the high level. There's a lot of detail, obviously, so if I missed kind of a high level one, please jump in. Otherwise, those are some of the key things that we'll be following up with all of you on. Did I miss anything? All right.
Thank you so much for spending your Saturday with us. It's, I think, a really important discussion to have, not at a city council meeting, but this is the first time we've had a mid-cycle council cycle check-in, and I think it's really important to do this to make sure that we're still on track and we're doing everything that we're supposed to. Any final comments? No. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor, I move to adjourn.
And second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
So I was just going to give a shout out to you, Mayor, for leading this, so thank you.